Welcome, everybody. We're going to get going with the meeting, and we have a full house tonight. So good thing we left the AC on, so that way y'all can stay till the very end and be very comfortable. There's plenty of room up here at the front. Oh, she found a seat, kind of like church. You squeeze in the back pew. Notice is hereby given pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Vernon's annotated civil statute, Article 625217, that the city of Smithville will conduct a council meeting on October 16, 2023 at 6 p.m. at City Hall located at 317 Main Street, Smithville, Texas, 78957. Call the meeting to order. I don't know what I did with my invocation. You win it. Go. Our city manager is going to bless us.
Please bow your heads and pray. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the blessings that you bestow upon our community and for the opportunity to live in Smithville, Texas. Please heal everyone that is hurting. Bless those that are sick. Watch over tonight's proceedings, and let's just do the right thing. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of allegiance.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas. One state, under God, one indivisible.
I'm almost. You owe me one there.
Okay, we will now have a proclamation read by Council Member Janice Bruno, Municipal Court Week. No, that one's Mitch. I'm sorry. Councilman Jameson will read the proclamation from the Municipal Court Week.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Whereas municipal courts play a significant role in preserving public safety and promoting quality of life in Texas. And whereas more people come in contact with municipal courts than all other Texas courts combined, and public impression of the Texas judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience in municipal court. And whereas state law authorizes a municipality to either appoint or elect a municipal judge for a term in office, the Smithville Municipal Court is a state court and its judges are members of the state judiciary. And whereas the procedures for the Smithville Municipal Court operations are set forth in the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure and other laws of the state of Texas. And whereas the city of Smithville is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, and that judges and court personnel should comply with the law and act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And whereas Smithville municipal judges are not policymakers for the city of Smithville, but are bound by the law and the canons of judicial conduct and are required to make decisions independent of the governing body of the city council, city officials, and employees. And whereas the city council recognizes that the Constitution and laws of the state of Texas contain procedural safeguards in criminal cases for all defendants, including indigent defendants, and supports the Smithville Municipal Court in complying with such legal requirements. Now therefore be it resolved.
That's like I said. Go ahead.
Now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Smithville, Texas, that the week of November 6th through 10th, 2023 is hereby recognized as Municipal Court Week in recognition of the fair and impartial justice offered to our citizens by the Municipal Court of Smithville.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Janice Bruno, will you read Breast Cancer Awareness Month?
Proclamation in recognition of National Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas breast cancer is the second most commonly diagnosed cancer for women in the United States and remains the second leading cause of cancer death among American women. And breast cancer makes up 12.5% of all new annual cancer cases worldwide, making it the most common cancer in the world. And whereas mammography, an X-ray of the breast, is recognized as the single most effective method of detecting breast changes long before physical symptoms can be seen or felt. Early detection and improved treatment are believed to have significantly reduced the number of deaths caused by breast cancer. And whereas researchers, scientists, and numerous nonprofit organizations are dedicated to discovering the cure for breast cancer. During the month of October, we acknowledge the extraordinary commitment and effort invested in this cause. And whereas the Libraries for Health in Bastrop County, including the Smithville Public Library, will partner with Dell Medical School to provide free community cancer education classes to improve cancer outcomes. And whereas we recognize that over 4 million Americans are breast cancer survivors that give us hope for a better future. Now, therefore, with support for those who continue to cope with breast cancer, I,
Sharon Forrester, Mayor, Smithville, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, extend our deepest respect for survivors and those advocating for prevention and a cure, and in so doing hereby proclaim October 23 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Councilman Jenkins?
Evening, everyone. There's a little bit of cleanup about what's going to happen on item 21, the evaluation. We're going to show you the evaluation form that will come up, and you can make comments before we go into executive sessions. The public will be able to make comments before we go into executive session. That way it doesn't have to wait until after we get out, because it may be a while. So we want y'all to be able to respond first. Thank you. Mayor, so anybody that wants to speak needs to.
Yes.
Okay, so there's still time for Jennifer, for people to sign up to speak on that.
Correct. Discussion and action on approval of the minutes from September 11, 2023 council meeting and public hearing. Have any questions?
go ahead.
Entertain a motion?
Mayor, move we approve minutes as presented.
I'll second.
Second.
A motion has been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2. Motion is approved. Discussion and action on a solar power purchase agreement with Smithville Solar 2 LLC UGE. Robert?
Okay, Mayor and Council and citizens, I want to give you a little update. We have been engaged in a solar purchase power agreement since 2019 with what's currently known as Smithville Solar 1, PPA 1. This is a 1 megawatt single axis photovoltaic solar array on the property that's located right by the airport off of Loop 230. LCRA allows the city of Smithville to purchase up to 15% of its power from alternative energy providers. Smithville Solar 1 is one of those such providers. That initial solar array is generating about 6% of our total use, or 2.9 megawatts. The 25-year PPA, throughout the life, we anticipate to save $330,000 on Smithville Solar 1. The year-to-date savings is approximately $35,000, as the system was just commissioned in January. Working very nicely, I'd like to say. Tonight, we have the opportunity, and in your packets you have, and on the screen, you will have what we're looking at: Smithville Solar 2 solar power purchase agreement. I have a Mr. Shea Adeyemi, the Managing Director of M&A and Power Marketing from UGE, also known as Smithville Solar 2, to discuss and give you an overview of his company and what we would like for the council to consider tonight. Shay? Questions, council? Okay, thank you.
It is now. Everyone hear me okay? Okay. Perfect.
Yes, my name is Shay Adiemi. I work for UGE. Thanks for making the time for this today. I wanted to discuss Smithville Solar 2 with all of you and also give an overview of Smithville 1 as well.
One more thing I'd like to say, the UGE team, just raise your hand if you, I've got folks here. We've been working on this for about a year and a half.
Yeah, I didn't
So-
come alone.
Thank you, Shay.
Okay, perfect. So I'd like to start by giving just a brief overview of UGE and our company, what we do, and why we think this project is a good opportunity for the city of Smithville. So UGE, we are a community solar developer headquartered in New York, but we do have folks from everywhere. As you can probably tell, I'm not from this side of the pond. So if I say any weird words or anything weird, just put your hands up and I can explain it because I'm still learning American. I've been here 10 years, but I'm still learning. But we do have offices and projects all over the country. I myself, I'm based in Los Angeles. We have a bunch of folks in Toronto and we have people in Austin as well. And we are developing solar projects all over the country, from anywhere from the size of Smithville 1 up to 5-6 times that size, everywhere in the country. So, we've been around the block a few times, and we continue to look for additional opportunities to bring savings for different communities around the country. So this is an example of some of our recent projects. As we've already discussed, we have Smithville Solar 1 that was commissioned this year. We also have another project called Bertolini that's now operating, that was commissioned earlier this year as well in New York. And we have just started operations on the Norway project in Maine as well. And over the course of the next year or so, we'll have several more of these kind of projects being built and commissioned everywhere around the country. Actually, I'm trying to think of a state that we're not really active in. They're few and far between. Next slide, please. So just to give a quick overview of Smithville Solar 2. So it's somewhat identical to Smithville Solar 1. We have more powerful panels, so it uses a slightly smaller lot of land, but it's essentially the same size. And we expect it will produce a similar amount of energy for the city over the long term. So one of the benefits of entering into a solar PPA is that we fix your energy costs today. So, I'm sure everyone saw what happened with energy prices over the past year or two. They've been somewhat volatile. One of the benefits of entering into one of these renewable PPAs is that the rate that the city will pay is fixed, and we are obviously designing it such that it would be saving quite a bit of energy and money for the city over the long term as well. We can skip the next one as well. So this gives a brief overview of where the project is in relation to the existing project of Smithville 1. So you can see the new array would be just a little bit north of Smithville 1. And as I just mentioned, we're using larger, more powerful panels, so we're able to fit the same amount of generation onto a smaller plot of land. Skip the next one. So as of right now, the project is essentially almost ready to break ground. We'll be looking to break ground by the end of Q1 of next year. We have a few more items to clear up with the equipment and with financing, but we're pretty much on track to get that project started construction the end of Q1 and into operations by the end of the year. So these kind of give a quick overview of the development timeline right now. So as I said, we've completed almost all of those items on the list. So the final couple of items are the construction permit approval, which obviously we're working with the city to get in place, closing the financing, and then starting construction. So construction will essentially begin as soon as we've closed those last remaining items there on the list. And this gives a very brief overview of the construction timeline overall. We don't need to look at all the details there, but I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Similarly, we can skip this slide and we can ask. So we wanted to have a brief summary of what we've been doing at Smithville 1. As we mentioned earlier, the system was commissioned earlier this year. And as with a lot of brand new systems, sometimes there can be teething troubles with the equipment, and we had a lightning strike. So you can see the generation, dipped quite significantly to zero in the course of May. But working with our suppliers and our engineering teams, we were able to rectify that pretty quickly and get the system back online for the summer, which is obviously when the energy rates were spiking quite a bit. So we were happy that we were able to get that up and running to save the city a little bit of money on the overall energy rates. Next slide, please, Jim. Oh, yes. So when we originally entered into this PPA, our expectation of the generation through September was 1.2 million kilowatt hours, because the system was offline for all of May and part of April and part of June. Obviously, we did not reach that target, but now that the system is operating as expected, we expect to easily reach that target by the end of next year. And this looks at the savings this year. So as we can see, even in the relatively low months where energy prices are somewhat reasonable, the system is still saving the city money. And in the summer months when energy prices can be very high, very volatile, as we've all seen in the past couple of years, the system can save the city quite a bit of money. Fingers crossed we don't see a repeat of Winter Storm Uri, but that would be a similar situation where if prices are high during the winter months, given that what the city is paying for the PPA is a fixed rate, the savings would be commensurate with the generation of the system during those months. So moving on to the second system. So we've been negotiating with the city over the rates that would make sense and derive kind of similar savings for the city over the course of the PPA. And we've arrived at a PPA rate that starts at 6.3 cents in year 1, reaching up to 7.83 cents in year 10. And if we look at the chart on the right, obviously there's a lot of words and a lot of bars there, but just to give you a good indication of where those savings come. So the majority of the savings are in the first few years, as you can see, versus the LCRA rates that we're expecting over that period of time. But over the course of the PPA, we expect the overall savings to be $220,000. If LCRA rates end up increasing more than currently anticipated, even if it's just by 0.5 cent over that period, then the city can be realizing much greater savings, north of 400,000. If the rates of LCRA go up to by a cent more than we've expected, you're looking at over $1 million of savings over the course of the PPA. And we will pause there for any questions. So I ran through that very quickly.
Okay. Robert, I appreciate you getting some answers back to Robert, I appreciate you getting answers back. I suspect that you were participating in that based on the way the thing was written. A couple questions follow up. My biggest concern is just making sure we understand counterparty risk. Obviously, your parent company, I didn't pull the financials, but I suspect if they're publicly traded, it's a very, very large, financially stable company. The LLCs for 1 and 2 are separate, standalone, single asset entities. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so UGE Capital LLC owns each of these LLCs. Is UG Capital LLC a guarantor under either of the agreements, or is the parent a guarantor of performance under either of the agreements?
It would be the parents, but having said that, there are no specific performance guarantees other than generation in the PPAs.
Okay, so if either one of these LLCs, either Solar One or Solar Two, didn't perform under its obligations, the Toronto publicly traded, does it guarantee the performance of those? Okay, all right, and that's in the agreement. Okay, that would be really, really good. That helps a lot with regards to counterparty guarantee. The other is you said that there's not financing secured yet on the second one. Do you anticipate it will be the same financing source?
As of right now, we can't say for certain. We'd speak with several financing counterparties, and depending on the time of year, it could be another party, but the structure of the financing will essentially be the same.
So in your experience, because you've done this a lot, when you have multiple phases, does the lender's not concerned if it's this, it seems to me it would be logical for the same lender to do both, because even though there's limited interdependency, there is some in the infrastructure, not a lot, I think. Do they not require cross default language?
No, actually, we specifically don't allow that. And the reason, without getting too far into the financial weeds, is that the part of the benefits that the federal government gives renewable projects is the tax credits, and you have to have the assets essentially siloed into
So
different
those
entities.
investors probably don't permit you to.
Exactly.
Okay, that makes sense. And I don't want to hog this, but I want to run through a few more of these real quick, if you don't mind. If there were to be a transfer of ownership, I understand and appreciate that anybody that would assume and be an assignee would have to assume the rights, but there is currently, as far as I can tell, nothing in the agreement that requires the assignee to have equal or greater financial standing than the one we have today. Is that true? So today, if we have the parent, the Toronto Publicly Exchange big company guaranteeing performance, and then one of these entities decides to assign or sell one of these to someone else, we could end up with a counterparty that doesn't have any financial wherewithal at all to perform. Is that correct?
As the agreement is currently written, yes.
Okay, so I appreciate that you agreed at least to insert in the agreement that you would notify us in advance, but there still isn't the requirement for our counterparty in the case of an assignment or a transfer to at least be of equal financial wherewithal. Is that a problem for you to agree to? So we end up with the same deal we bargained for at the beginning?
No, that's not a problem. So I think I provided a few more gory details in my response. Part of the challenge of writing such a provision into the contract is we have to write in such a way that it doesn't prohibit related party transfers. So quite
Absolutely.
often, okay,
Absolutely, because the related party transfer wouldn't relinquish the guarantor's responsibility. But if you were to transfer, I'm fine with the reasonableness standards. If we could just get something that said in commercially reasonable judgment, any assignee or transferee has to have comparable or better financial standing to where we don't end up with a counterparty that we didn't bargain for at the beginning, then that addresses that issue. Okay.
yes, that's not a problem.
Okay. And then when you talk about the 3 years, I think you would agree to reduce it to 2 years outside. And you said that there were supply chain issues. Don't we have force majeure language in here that would protect you against things like that?
We do. It's generally by the time you've gone into force majeure, you're having bigger problems. So we try to keep the window open just to allow for I don't want to say customary, but routine delays in supply of equipment.
Okay. Last two things. One, these are pretty simple. These are more for city manager. One is, and I can appreciate that you would not want some limitations on buying 100% of your production, but we have an LCRA contract that limits us to 15%. We can't put ourselves in a position where we'd be forced to violate our LCRA contract in order to comply with yours. So how do we reconcile that?
Reconciled by the production. Right now, the first PPA one generates just about 6.01%. The second estimated is to be 5.48%, and that's monitored by LCRA and myself.
So is there a problem with saying that we wouldn't be obligated to violate our LCRA agreement?
So on its head, no. The challenge for us, though, is that what it opens a door to is essentially, let's say the city decides to, enter into another PPA with a completely unrelated counterparty.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I
then
understand.
if that caused the city to trip over the LCRA agreement, if we have that language in it, the contract, it allows the city to dial back our purchases, even though it had nothing to do with us. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
that's a good point.
Another checks and balance, if you don't mind me stating, as you continue to grow, the upper limit
Yeah.
also grows, but the degradation of the system will come down over time. So it's not a linear.
So as it's currently, as the production schedules are currently forecasted, if you maxed out based on what you forecast, you wouldn't breach the 15%, wouldn't even come really close, right?
Oh, sir.
Okay, so that's probably a safe risk. Now, the last thing is, we talk about the savings. This is a 25-year agreement, right, with some extensions. How much is left on our LCRA agreement today?
significant, 2035.
So the point is, our LCRA contract is going to end well before this agreement ends. So any reference to how much savings relative to LCRA is really not intellectually honest, because we really don't know what that renegotiated rate will be with LCRA. Is that right?
That's necessarily correct. One thing I will say though is that in the PPA itself, there is an option to terminate after 15 years. And I can give you like a chart of the savings, but almost all the savings are within the first 10 years of that.
Okay.
So that will cover the
That's a good
SRA period.
point. So would there be any expectation that when we enter into negotiations with LCRA that the rate will be higher or lower? Is it just too hard to tell? I guess it's so far out in the future, right?
It is far in the future, and all I could go off of was 13 years of historic data, but realize this is not the LCR rate that is in this document. It is the city of Smithville rate, which incurs transmission, generation, admin fees, and line loss. Again, the total bill divided by the consumption gives what the fuel cost is, which is what we used as a strike price in the next chart I'm about to show you.
Okay. Thank you. Make notes about what he agreed to insert into the agreement. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right.
You want to reiterate that for clarification?
Well, I would love to, if my memory's good. One was that if we had a transfer and assignment, we wouldn't end up with a counterparty that was of any less financial strength or capabilities than the existing one that we had at the beginning. What was the other one? Help me.
In the LCRA contract.
Close to the 15.
Yeah, we're not going to come close to that. So I don't think that's a. Yeah, that's the big one. Okay, thank you.
That statement captured all of what you were trying to do.
Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you.
You're getting to the oh yeah, the fun chart. Blow that one up, and I don't know how much detail you want, but I can tell you how this chart was put together. So from the left side, looking on the left, all the way, you see the city of Smithville, COS, and this just documents the year. Let's go to 2023, and this is year to date. What our run rate, what we're going to end up actually purchasing. Right now, the average rate is 7.5 cents. The data that I've reviewed over the last 13 years tells me that it can go up 5 to 10 cents over a 10 to 15 year period. So with that in mind, that benchmark, that was a strike price whereby UGE had to get under, because we don't want to buy solar just for the sake of buying solar for the feel good. We actually want savings, correct? So we went back and forth many months, did we not, David and Shay, about what that number would be. In comparison, well, let me just go across to the left here. So that gets your strike price of 7.5 cents. The cost, if you multiply the kilowatts purchased by the cost, that's what the estimated cost is going to be for us in 2023. That would be $3.319 million. Let's come on down. Let's talk about the UGE PPA 2. What other particulars there? There's some assumptions that I want you to understand, that this growth to the left for the kilowatts purchase, we've added a 1% very conservative growth rate on these numbers. So I just took 1% each year, added to the previous year to get the new year's what we plan on purchasing. At the same time, the system performance, right now, if you look at year 2025 and year one under construction, the burn-in year is tough. So you may not get full production until you work the bugs out, as Shay said. But we're planning on 2,429,000 kilowatt hours produced. The strike price is 0.630. You multiply those two together, you get what it costs. You go to the far right, you take a look at what the market price is, which our strike price is 7.5 in year 2025. You do the math and you get $29,000 savings. Again, of interest, this is a 2.75 escalator. But we've had some strike prices and changes here where we stabilize it to ensure cost savings. In comparison, if you look at the 2025.063, the middle column, that's what we're starting out at. In comparison, PPA 1, the rate was 0.56. After year 10, it stopped at 6.7. So that gives you a comparison of how the market's changed in just the 5 years that we went from PPA 1 to PPA 2. All in all, this is still a great deal because if these numbers go up, the city of Smithville numbers in the yellow go up, we'll have more cost savings. That was a lot. Questions? At the end of the road, you're looking at $219,000 savings or $8,800 per year.
So what would for Smithville, what could happen? What are the risks?
If rates go down 2 or 3, 4 cents, that's the only thing I can see, but history doesn't look like that's going to happen. So.
And Jennifer, back on it was the parent guarantees performance along with the assignee and the transferee. Those are the two things.
I also want to say that there's absolutely all the financial risk and cost associated with the construction of PPA 2 is borne by UGE.
Robert, thank you
So-
for clarifying that. Risk on placement. Agreement. Also, we're going through the very thorough, the potential issues that you addressed. Some of us don't have that level of no. Okay. Thank you, Robert, for clarifying that there's no risk to us of construction replacement, that this is strictly a purchase agreement. I know that this took a lot of time and I appreciate your expertise. And Tom, thank you for going through the work to identify a couple of potential exposures and getting that clarified.
That was good. I got one question, Robert. When the PPA 1 went offline, he said it was a transformer. And then was it a supply issue trying to get that back up online at the time?
It was a lightning strike.
It was a lightning strike, right?
In the system, and then the replacement meter was back ordered.
Okay, so it was a logistics issue.
Correct.
Okay, how often does something like that happen in your experience? You've been doing this for a while. Like that? Not that often, just in Smithville. Huh.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion. On the motion, does he need to list the previous?
I'll do the
Okay.
motion if you don't mind, since I'm the one that asked for the 2
Okay,
additions.
there we go.
I move that we approve as presented with the changes being that the parent company provides a guarantee of performance to our counterparty, and that in the event there's a transfer, subsequent counterparty will be of equal or greater financial and execution capabilities as the initial one.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposed? Motion is approved. You have all that, Jennifer? Item number 7, discussion and action on certificate appropriateness for 108 Northeast Second Street, Main Street. I just call Monica. Do you have anything you want to add, Monica?
Hi there, Monica Paz, new chairman of the Historic Preservation Design Standards Advisory Committee, HPDS. On Wednesday, September 20th, the owners of the Smithville General Store at 108 Northeast 2nd Street came before us with quite a long list of proposals asking for certificate of appropriateness. After review of all of the items, excuse me, we realized that most of them were not relevant to our committee. They were either proposing to make repairs and the repairs would turn out exactly the same as what was or what is already there, or they were items for planning and zoning to address at a later date, or the city staff to address at a later date. So there was really only one item up for question at that meeting, and therefore only one item up for question here tonight. And that is whether or not the proposal to put a drive-through window into the existing opening on the side of the building would affect the historic nature of the building, be a detriment to it or damage it in any way. Given that the Smithville General Store proposes to work completely within the existing opening, that's right now it's a door and a couple windows on the side of it. They are not breaking into the brick on either side to enlarge it. We decided on a vote of 6-1 to recommend approval of a certificate of appropriateness for that change. Any questions?
There's only one item being voted on. Okay.
I just want clarification. I've already been told the answer by the city manager, but I want to make sure it's clear here that what we're being asked to do tonight is not to opine or decide on whether or not a drive-through is permitted, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, go good. Very good. Yes, go with number one. We'll welcome that. Number two.
Jamie Damon,
Yeah,
ditto, okay. Caroline Snyder? Is that
Caroline, where are you? There you are.
Carolus?
Tammy. Your real
Tammy,
name,
sorry, I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry.
your real name's Caroline?
I don't know. What is it? Oh.
Oh, now you gotta start over.
Can you hear me now? I said, I'm gonna go ahead and just throw my 2 cents out there. I understand that as far as the historical change to the building, that pretty much as long as they stay within that footprint is, they can do pretty much whatever. I agree with that. It's their building. Let them do whatever they want to. What concerns me is the fact that the language of a drive-through window leads me to believe that the variance that they're going to come back and ask for as far as putting a drive-through on a public access, it's just very misleading to me. It leads me to believe that it's just one small step. Why would you put a drive-through window on a public access road if you're not going to give that variance to allow them to do that? So it makes me question the appropriateness of even saying, hey, go ahead and do this. It's money out of your pocket. I would feel like the council would go, hey, go through planning and zoning to see if that's going to be approved before you spend the money on your building and put in a drive-through window. And, why are you going to put a drive-through window if it's not going to put a drive-through in? I just believe that it needs to be very specific when it comes to there. That does go behind our business, so it does affect everybody in that area. And I know that several of the business owners, not just us, but several of the business owners on that block are concerned about it setting a precedence on how you can do business in the downtown area or in Smithville, period. Because if you can put a drive-through on a public access there, why can't you do a drive-through on an alley off of Short Street? Maybe you want to set up a taco stand somewhere. So I just think that without forcing this to go on through planning and zoning, I think it just looks like that somebody is circumventing the process. I understand they went through the historical committee, great, but when it comes down to it and when it's going to affect everybody, it's when it comes back to council after going through P and Z.
I have Chuck Watson.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
just as a point of clarification, explaining how this process works, we'll go through the comments phase and then we can come back during our discussions side and answer any questions.
Yeah. What question, yes?
Hi, I'm Chuck Watson. I'm representing the property right next door to the general store and most impacted by this drive-through. And I agree with Cammie that we don't understand why you would just approve even a drive-through window before approving there being a drive-through, which we find a lot of legal issues with. And we would hope that you would allow them to fix everything else, but not do the drive-through window until it's gone through the proper process. And that's all I want to say.
So then I have the owner that would like to speak at whatever point.
Come on up, Tommy.
Madam Chairman, Madam Mayor, wrong meeting, right? Council members, council, can you hear me? I speak soft. Now it's my Smithville voice. Thank you for being here. And again, we thank the committee for hearing our requests on this. I do understand the concerns that are out there. Part of what we did is we believe we followed that process. There are certain steps that we needed to go through to do that. And we believe that we follow the city's guidance in that. So whatever that step may be in the future, we can definitely do that and amend for that. But just really general with this, I think the design of this is something that we believe in the concept of drive-through window is going to be a setup within the historical appropriateness. The concept of what we provided to the committee showed a design of what that would look like, including to essentially represent what the historical context would be. That is our design. That's what we said with the committee, that we believe in that committee's appropriateness. We believe in the historical district. And part of our mission is to make sure that we continue to provide that historical look there. This is a building that was built in 1935. So it is in dire need of those repairs and those things that need to be accomplished. So I just want to make sure that the city council understands that we're not trying to throw one in on you. It is that we believe we followed that process the way it needs to be and the way it needs to be designed. Essentially, there is a request coming later on at a later date that I think will fulfill those type of questions, and we'll be able to provide the council the appropriate answers at that time when we come in to represent that. So at this specific time, it is about the design of the building itself. And that design is within the appropriateness of the historical building with that. So just wanted to clarify those thoughts out there.
I'm looking at the photo that you provided in the packet. So all outlined in white, that would be what you're calling a drive-through window. Is that,
Yes, I don't know if we have a different photo of that, but I do have a copy that I can provide.
it's figure 6.2?
This one?
All right. May I approach and show you guys some copies?
This the one?
Right there.
Yes, it's that building.
Okay,
That
so-
side of it, yes.
How would that work? I mean, that's what you're calling the drive-through window?
Yes.
Okay.
So let me show you a copy if I may approach here. That sheet is the actual thought process. That is the copy that was provided to the committee. Do we have enough copies there? I have a couple more here.
I guess my question is, at the time that you presented this before the long name committee is what we call it.
Hmm.
No, we're not calling it the HPD. Okay, I'm sorry. Did you know at that time that something like this would have to go through P and Z, through planning and zoning?
Yes, it is. It is part of the
Okay.
process. It's just that we couldn't get through the entire process at one time. So we took the appropriate step is to make sure the certificate of appropriateness, we went through that process first. That was the actual start of the process.
Okay, thank you.
As the property owners, you certainly have the right to do this type of thing to it. I just want to make sure that, and we've gotten quite a bit of citizen feedback on this. Right now, we're deliberating the appropriateness, the certificate of appropriateness. But you're assuming some risk down the line in terms of this being approved, and we have been doing some research about the likelihood of that. So I just want to make sure you guys know you're assuming risk here in terms of an actual being able to use the alley as a drive-through.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, as long
Yes,
as you guys are, you're aware of the risk.
We understand that. And in fact, the way that this design is working, in fact, includes that risk. The fact of it is that whole display that you see up there needs to be changed out. Just putting a window in there is not going to break the bank. What's breaking the bank is the actual repairs itself. So just putting in a drive-through window there is not going to hurt what we're trying to accomplish with that. So there's certain things that we have to do in the variance, including in that drive-through. If anything protrudes, I think out of 4 inches or outside of the building, that has to go through the approval. We haven't put that in the design at this point. So what we're banking on is the fact that once we get to this section, we're going to continue on. I think what's going to happen is prior to us even starting repairs, we'll probably be back at this committee before that happens. So I think we're going to be in good shape when that's up for consideration.
The risk is the actual use of the alley and creating a drive-through with the traffic implications and other stuff. I'm sure you're aware of the hurdles that you face.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I have another question. Could you see this? I mean, if you're gonna have a little bit of risk doing this as a walk-up window, if it did not get approved as a drive-through, has that
Well-
been thought about? Would you serve people there as a walk-up?
I would probably, my thought on that is that that concept is the same approval path, because if you're requesting someone to walk down the street where it's traffic, then that creates an issue also. I think there are some alternatives to that. I think in the future that we would consider. Everything we do in that section is going to be on city property. I don't think there's anything we can do outside of the building without the approval of this council. So we'll look at some alternatives. We'll bring those alternatives to the council and see what the council thinks on that. But we're not shy to,
I don't have
Yes.
questions of him. I have questions once we close the meeting of city manager.
So you're good.
I'm going to ask city manager once we're finished.
Okay,
okay,
thank you.
thank you.
Anybody else? I'd rather everybody hear what you had to say. Okay, so anybody else signed up? Oh, wait, we had a hand back up. John? You have to come up to the mic. Please state your name.
Sure, John Gilkison, 400 Gresham, the old schoolhouse. Originally, I'd said I wouldn't speak because we were not going to opine, but we are opining. So I just thought I'd make a few comments about this. I think I may be the most pro-business, pro-growth, personal property rights person in the room. If anybody wants to challenge me on that, you're welcome to speak with Monica Poss. I think she's very familiar with my opinions. With that being said, rarely do I speak in opposition of anyone trying to bring growth or change to this town, things that may contribute to the tax base and to the benefit of all the citizens. Yet, on this particular item, when it was brought to my attention, I would speak in opposition to it, and I apologize in advance for that. I do so under really one condition and one condition only. I think if we're going to open a business and we're going to conduct commerce in this town, it should be to the benefit of everyone, and it should not negatively impact anyone. Using a public thoroughfare is quite exceptional, in my opinion. My own property, when I needed work done by the city, I partnered with the city and I split the cost for the sidewalks, for the curbs. I think it's important, if you're going to operate a business here, that you work with the city and you, as much as possible, have a minimum impact to them. I just don't understand what the tens of billions, and I'll repeat that, the tens of billions of dollars of investment that have moved into Bastrop County over the last 3 years and the growth east of Austin. Can anyone imagine in this town 5 years from now, twice the number of citizens, twice the number of families, twice the amount of traffic, and yet somehow on the most congested, tightest traffic area in the entire downtown area, we're going to provide a drive-through access on a public thoroughfare? I apologize that I would speak in opposition, but I think right is right, wrong is wrong, and the use of a public thoroughfare to the advantage of one business as opposed to all businesses is wrong. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else signed up to speak? Council, do you have any questions or comments? Go ahead.
Forgive me if I am missing the point here. I read a lot of packages on Saturday and Sunday. I want to be clear. Why are we talking about a drive-through here tonight? That is not on the agenda to be decided. Is that not correct?
What's on the agenda is to approve the certificate of appropriateness for a drive-through window. That does not mean you are allowed to put a drive-through. In fact,
so
it's
wh-
against our current
so-
ordinance.
so-
Okay, excuse me.
So I'm sorry. So what exactly is the appropriateness for this door/window? Does that mean that he's asking if it's appropriate to convert it from a window to a door to look consistent with this? Is that what is being asked?
That's Mr. Coates.
Well,
Or Monica?
yeah. I just want to make sure we're really clear about what our potential action is here.
Yes, you're not being asked to approve them putting a drive-through in and paving the road and letting the public use it to do business at the general store outside their building. The only thing you're being asked to decide is whether or not to grant a certificate of appropriateness. What that means to our committee, at least 6-1 on the evening, was that what they are proposing on this picture, which is repairing much of this and changing one of those doors into a window, essentially. What they are proposing does not damage or is not to the detriment of the historic appearance and nature of the building. That's it. They are not suggesting they're going to take over, blast out a bunch more brick on that side of the wall or anything. It's just that one space.
Okay, thank you. So in the package, and I think this package went to your committee as well, where he specifies that all of these things that have to do with repairing damaged wood and all of that does not require approval. That is correct, right, Monica? Okay, so we are really here as a council only to decide whether it is appropriate to allow them to change that side of their building from a door to a window consistent with this schematic. And your committee voted 6-1 in favor of that being appropriate. Okay, thank you very much.
And that appropriateness is per historical design standards. We got to make this real clear. There's a lot of people that are interested in the outcome of this, and this is just a step in a procedure, and this is about appropriateness for.
Yes, understood. So, can we say that in 1935, they had drive-through windows for buggies and horses, historically that way? We have no clue. I don't know what the streets looked like then, but we can say that they are not damaging the building anyway, or they're changing the historic look and feel of the building in any way at all.
That's a good point Councilmember Jameson raised and Monica responded to. If you recall, many of us on the committee here, when Mr. Hodges, came in to put his sign, which is a fairly contemporary, red H on the building, and it went through that same process. And we have this discussion, which I think is a good one, which is if you're going to establish historic context as your benchmark, at what point in history are you basing it off of? Is it 1920? Is it 30? Is it 50? Is it 70? All of those years are historic by definition. So I think it's, I'm tempted to say, well, I don't know that a sliding window that looks for all intents and purposes like a drive-through window, to Cammie's point, that doesn't feel historic to me, but neither did Mr. Hodges' sign, but I voted in favor of it because I didn't feel like that it, destroyed the historical context or other signs like that downtown. So I just wanted to be clear about what we were going to be asked to vote on. So I appreciate that.
And to clarify that, a drive-through window may not look historic, they did say they were going to use materials and finishes very similar to all the other materials and finishes that currently exist. So it's not going to be a radically different look than what currently exists on the business.
I need to make one more comment. Should you choose to approve the certificate of appropriateness for the drive-through window, it's going to require a license of encroachment before you build that window. So you will be coming back to the council for that license of encroachment. That does not go to the planning and zoning though. And the license of encroachment just protects the city in case your awning falls off and hits somebody in the head. Go ahead, sir.
We are aware that, again, we have an option. If it encroaches over, if it's not approved, we still have ways of mending that sliding window to do that with. So again, I don't know what's going to happen in the future, but as far as it encroaching over, we're not planning on doing that until we come back to the city for that permission to be able to do that. So
because it's going to be very important
Yes.
how far you encroach, because that's the garbage trucks go down there, could take your whole side of the building off catching that awning.
yes,
So yeah, we have more work to do.
Yes.
If indeed they approve your appropriateness, certificate of appropriateness tonight.
So question, Robert, what does the certificate of appropriateness entail in terms of encroachment into the public right of way? What is the area that we're considering that would require a license?
This is a zero lot line as it's in CBD. So anything that protrudes from the building into the alley would require a certificate of appropriateness.
So
I'm sorry, a
yeah, a
license
license.
to encroach.
I understand. So what is proposed to protrude and how much?
it's
I know, but if the approval of appropriateness includes the improvements being contemplated, then I would like to know what those improvements consist of. It isn't just the aesthetics of it. I need to understand
Yeah.
a little more about what you're proposing to do.
And that's exactly it. I don't think for that purpose, we're planning on building this until there's permission to do it. So the concept design is what we're looking for.
Okay.
If the design is approved, in the next step is when those questions will be asked. So if in the event that that's not approved, then it'll fall into the natural concept of what you currently see now. It won't protrude into the street after that. But all of those things are going to follow in the next process and the next step. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
I don't have any more questions.
Okay, no.
Make a motion. Given the clarity and the acceptance of the risk that you face going forward, and the fact that we received a positive recommendation from the HPDS Historical Preservation and Design Standards Committee, we did receive a favorable recommendation there, and we understand the risk about this going forward. So what we're considering here is approving this certificate of appropriateness and nothing more. Therefore, I move that we approve this certificate of appropriateness for 108 Northeast Second Street.
I'll second.
Made and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Discussion before we vote?
Okay, Mark.
Yes. I just want for clarification, would you consider amending such that it states that it is without prejudice towards approval of a drive-through window? Okay,
So you want to remake your motion?
don't make him do it again. I just want to be really clear in the motion that what we're
You have a
doing is
change?
limiting it to the certificate of appropriateness without prejudice towards whether or not, because I'm concerned about the precedent that might set. I'd like the record for me anyway to show that it is without prejudice. On.
You explain what without prejudice
Well, it
means.
just means that it's not intended to imply that we're going to be okay with the drive-through when it comes through. Because we basically are letting them do a drive-through window, complying with certificate. That's my point. Whether I've stated it right, that's my intention. And I think prejudice or bias is appropriate language.
I have no problem with the amendment.
Your second? All right, so the second stands, and so all in favor of? All in favor, 1, 2. Motion is approved. Discussion and possible action on allocating of the $3 million tax note funds.
Hey, Council and Mayor, several meetings were held regarding the tax note, and I was of the opinion that from public input and your discussion here, that the PD and the Public Works departments were authorized to order equipment. If that wasn't the consensus of the council, I take full responsibility. But know that the actions that Chief Repka and Edward took have resulted in a $69,000 cost savings. Some of the equipment had long lead times, but they were able to find deals, and lo and behold, we've had two vehicles already delivered, but nothing, I repeat, nothing has been spent against the tax note. The invoices aren't due until 30 days, net 30, of when the vehicles arrive. So I don't know how you'd like to address this list that I have up here. Would you like Chief Repka to come up and just tell me how you'd like to proceed with the review of these items that were recommended by my staff for purchase?
Have citizen comments. I'd
Let-
like to hear those before we start asking those questions.
Number 1?
Alan Butler.
Could you got any further away from us? Like in the corner? We wouldn't want that.
Mr. Butler with the Smithville Little League. I'm the current Little League president. So we're talking about capital improvements. One of the big things, I don't know if you've ever been to a T-ball game, but we have 2 bathrooms at our T-ball facility, or our Little League facility. We got a lot of elderly folks who come out and watch their grandkids play T-ball. And sometimes little Billy's got to get off second base to take a pee. And Miss Jones might be in there. She's trying to get in there. We just don't have adequate facilities. You know, it is what it is. It's long overdue. And I'd really like to work together to see how we can improve our capital improvements around town, specifically with parks and these facilities. It's something that's it's pretty embarrassing when some of the facilities that we have, we're bringing folks into town. And it'd be really great if we can spice those things up a little bit, and maybe we can attract different folks to come to the community and invest in our community and have a little bit better opportunity for workforce. You know, and bring families to town. And when they come to facilities like that, and we don't have a good showing, it's kind of negative, right? So it's just my 2 cents on some of the needs we have. I have worked closely with some of you on some of the capital improvement needs. I have some numbers. I know I've been asked a little bit, but the main need that we have right now is basically a 20 by 40 building to put bathrooms, a board meeting room, and a new concession stand in. And we can probably make that happen in the $70,000 to $80,000 range at that facility. And there are other facilities around town that do need additional help. We can get a more strategic plan, I think, maybe through the Parks and Recs Committee on that to start tackling some of those things. But that's kind of what I've got to say. Greatly appreciate that. We
Do
could
you have your,
make that happen.
did you get your wish list completed?
I will.
Okay.
I didn't realize this meeting for this conversation was happening tonight. I found that out about noon today. So,
Uh-oh,
but if I would have
lack of
known.
communication, but
Yep.
appreciate your hard work. I appreciate you stepping up to be Little League president because it is a hard job.
Oh, yeah.
And the city is here to help you, and we are all on the same page, I believe, to improve our facilities for our Little League. And we have a lot of softball teams that are interested in coming here, which I think brings economic development. So thank you for all the hard work you have done and you will do.
Thank you.
And I still need that list.
Next is
Next.
Lee Kugler.
Evening, Lee Kilgore, 403 Ramona, under construction. Good evening. So I wanted to talk tonight about the budget. It is a $3 million tax note. There's certain things that have been identified by department heads, police department, public works. They need to be purchased. They are the keepers of their domain. They are the best people to identify what they, what are they called? Workshops? Or you, yeah. And all of this information has been reviewed. And then the other thing that I wanted to say is that in order for our taxes to be utilized effectively, we're paying them, we need city equipment to work, which means Public Works needs to have trucks that pick up all the leaves, do the trash, etc. We're paying, not trash, because it's waste management, thank you. But you see on next door that your limbs haven't been picked up, your leaves haven't been picked up, your recycling center doesn't look good. All of those things rely on the fact that you need capital equipment improvement. Okay. The other things that could be improved upon or have public discussion, I heard about the playground equipment. Is that something we want to do, or is there another project that maybe the citizens want to do? That seems to me to be something that people could vote on, talk about, have it at a workshop. I just wanted to get that out and find out from the council, as the city is, the leadership from the city is presenting what they need. If you're in a business like a hospital, you've got capital equipment needs, you budget for them, your executives know about it and they approve it. If you have emergency funds and need to have those done, you have a committee to deal with emergency funding. But I just feel like this list is a pretty good list and it's been vetted a lot. And
what are we doing as a city to approve it? Support our leaders in these departments, support their employees to have the equipment to do the job that they can get done safely and efficiently, consistently. My 2 cents. I don't know whether the baseball guy had his 1 cent, but I got 2. Because it's a budget. No, I'm just kidding. Thank you.
During the budget process and during the vote on the budget and then in subsequent communication, I made it clear that I could not support approving spending of any item via the $3 million tax note without going through at least this meeting or a series of workshops. I've got no problem with approving urgent need items. And Robert, to your question about what's our process going to be, I guess we need to talk this through right now, since we've already taken receipt of a couple of items here. I'll leave it at that. Let my colleagues say what they've got to say.
Mayor, can I speak? Okay. Notwithstanding, my perspective, notwithstanding, the benefits of getting out in front of lead times and supply chains, and notwithstanding the cost savings, we all sat here as elected officials with a room filled similar to this one on multiple occasions, and we listened to quite a few speakers talk about their concerns with increasing fees, with increasing taxes and utility bills. And we pledged to them, I know I made the commitment to them that I felt strongly about the investment in the city employees. I was supportive of the tax note primarily because we weren't being asked at that point in time to vote on those items. If you'll recall, when the city manager put that list together, it was a representative list. It was characterized correctly so, I believe, as a sample or an example of the things that the tax note would be permitted to fund. It wasn't necessarily at that point, this is what we're being asked to do. And in light of the feedback and the pushback, quite honestly, from a number of citizens about expenditures, we made a pledge. I know we made a pledge, and we followed it up with some emails just to make sure we were all on the same page, that we would not make any decisions to commit to spend any of that dollars until we came back. So I don't disagree at all with what, the points Leah make. I happen to personally agree with those, but that's my personal is not necessarily the point. We had these meetings on record in public, and we said, this is what we're going to do. It would seem to me that we, at the very minimum, we interpreted it a little liberally, and I think probably well-intentioned, because I think there was general consensus that we want to support the fire department. We want to support the police department. I don't see anybody up here that doesn't want to do that. That was certainly the characterization of our comments when we were at workshop. But the fact of the matter is, we made a commitment to the public that we weren't going to vote on how those things were going to be spent, and we weren't going to commit to buy any of those things until we had this process. So that's what I'll have to say about the process. I do think that it bears noting that we probably got out in front of ourselves in terms of what the council directed and authorized to do. But I personally don't think that it was done in a way that was intended to circumvent the council. And I think it was in response to a legitimate need that had been vetted up, by departments.
I say some. Okay. So when we were going through this $3 million tax note, I did ask, but maybe I wasn't clear, that I wanted to do SMART objectives, at least for the bottom third of the items that we were looking for. And maybe I wasn't clear. So that's my fault. But I had no problem with what we were looking for as far as the police and the public works. I don't believe anybody came forward to speak in reference to those projects. But I was and did have concern about the items that are listed under general. So that's the last tranche of items. And you heard Mr. Butler talk tonight about the baseball field and the park upgrades. But there's still several items on the general that we probably want to talk about and go through and have some smart objectives for. So if there was a misunderstanding from my colleagues, it was really for the last 9 items, 3, 6, 7, 8 items that are in the general that we place some smart objectives to decide what it is we're going to spend our money on. So.
Well, I agree with Janice on this. As I interpreted it, that the ones for the police department and some of the public work ones would be able to let him get ahead of himself to get these items in the queue, because he said they were going to have long lead times. I heard Janice. I thought she, communicated that the bottom part was what she wanted, all that done. If we were, if that wasn't communicated correctly, well, then I guess it wasn't. But I agree that that was how it went down.
Tyrone go if he wants to speak. Okay, I'll just add, the record is what the record is. I mean, whether or not the record was what we intended to say is debatable. I think, we probably should just focus. I hope we can just put that to bed, and it is what it is right now. And let's talk about how we do these right now. But I do think the record is what the record is, and we should avoid going back and trying to rewrite the record. We could basically stay maybe what our intention was, but the record is the record. And we made a commitment. And if you remember, it wasn't that long ago. I'm surprised the emotions aren't still high. They were certainly high during that budget process when we were trying to spend so much more money. But we talked about linking any approval of a budget, which included the $3 million tax note. I made it very clear, and you can go back and look at the YouTube, made it very clear I was supportive of this, but only if we made a intellectually honest commitment and followed through to do traditional economic development, to fund an economic development department and try to generate revenues. We cannot keep going to the well with citizens every time. And these economic development things don't generate revenue in 12 months or 24. We have to start thinking differently than the way we have been thinking if we're going to improve economic development. That was one of the things I know personally was important to me. The other was that we come back and we told the citizens, hey, this $3 million, we're not saying what we're going to spend it on right now. We're not saying that. And then we don't have to spend it all. We have 3 years to spend it. And now here we are 2 weeks, 2 meetings later, and now we've spent some of it before we've come and talked, or are committed to spend some of it. And it looks like we're proposing to spend all of it right now. So it just feels like it's not what we promised everybody. And that's my only point here. I'm supportive of PD. I'm supportive of fire department. I am, but I'm more supportive of making sure that we do what we say we're going to do. When we vote on these things, it feels like it could be a bait and switch. Like we pushed and said, hey, don't worry, this is all going to be good. We're not going to do this. We're not going to do that. And then we get the budget approved, and now we're coming back and it seems like we're trying to inch a little bit towards doing what we said we weren't going to do. So that's my only observation on that. And that's going to be the context that I look at these is if we said we weren't going to spend all this money and now we are, what has changed?
Knowing how it feels to be on the short end of a 4-1 vote, I know that I am only one vote here in terms of what we might approve tonight. And I don't know that we have to approve anything tonight, but I think we should define what urgent need is. And if we need to approve some urgent items, I'm not opposed to doing that. I have received feedback from citizens in terms of us being clear about the process that we may use to choose the equipment that we buy. Have we evaluated lease options versus used equipment? And I do have a ton of faith in Robert and his department heads. And there's an example of them doing a great job in the equipment that did get ordered. And it didn't take 6 to 9 months. Apparently it took like 2 weeks. And we did get delivery and with significant cost savings. So I do have faith in our department heads and Robert to make great decisions, but we owe you people in the city an explanation of how we arrive at making those purchase decisions. And we do have 3 years. If we spend all this money now, I'm going to be really disappointed in myself and my ability to build consensus with my colleagues.
forward with what Tom just said. We need to move forward. So how do you want to move forward with this?
And again, I guess I would start with, I do agree with Robert's characterization that I think the general consensus and sentiment here, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that everyone wants to support the police department. Everyone wants to support first responders. They want to support the legitimate needs of our public works department. So to James' point that you focus maybe on the top part initially, and not even decide right this second whether or not we'll do the other. We can talk about whether we want to address some of the bottom part tonight, but can we possibly just get a very high level summary from Robert as to what is the most critical of the top two sections? And then what is your timing for actual committing and spending dollars for those? And then maybe we can get a motion to cover most or all of those in the top portion and then move to the bottom portion for discussion. Does that sound like a workable plan?
That sounds good to me. Let's move forward with that.
I like that. And then Robert, one of my questions will be, do we have any other orders placed for any other equipment besides what's already been received?
I'm going to let Chief Repka and Edward Belusic explain to you the need and what they've ordered and what has been received. Nothing has been paid for. So they're prepared to address the council. Okay.
We'll just go down my list and then y'all can ask any questions. We did take delivery of 2 trucks. They're the only things it's on. They're the only things available right now. The 2 patrol cars that I need to replace a couple that are outdated. Now I can't, because I didn't buy them in the first week. I can't get them till 2025 if I order them now. So that's the problem with October 1st being everybody's budget, like a bunch of puppies at the food bowl. So if you don't get it in the first week, a lot of times you're just stuck out. So, I mean, I do need an ACO truck. That thing's 10 years old or older. It's starting to show real big signs of wear. The 2 vehicles that I was able to get, cannot get SUVs right now. I had to get out of Arizona because there was not one dealership in Texas that had them. And yeah, they showed up quick. I'm glad they did. I got one SRO that I had to get a vehicle to. We know that we were 2 officers down. The SRO position created another position on patrol. I'm happy to report that we filled one of the 2 positions already as of October 1. And I have about 3 applications incoming this week. So we should be fully staffed hopefully soon. Go ahead, Tom.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
Okay. So I will say that over dealing with fleet management and the police sector for about 15 years now, I do have some feelers out. I missed out on 2 silver vehicles just last week, the last 2 they could find in the country that would fit the bill for the fleet that we have here. So now that's pushing me to 2025, 14 to 18 months out now.
I will ask a question now, Chief.
Go ahead.
So you have 5 items on this sheet here.
Sure.
Are you saying that the 2 PVs, the patrol vehicles, are not able to be achieved?
No. I have people trying to locate 2 more holdovers. Like these trucks are 2023s. They just happen to be some spare stuff that they had on the lot, like the last set that we bought. There are no holdovers this year.
So of
I mean,
this,
things are way
of this
far out.
$500,000 here, 501,250, that's dollars that you would recommend be spent today. If you had the vehicle, you would do that and spend them in the current period.
I would.
Okay.
I would. The HVAC stuff's gonna wait. I've talked to them if y'all approve that. But weapons, ammunition, radios, this stuff gets antiquated and outdated. They fail to support it. I have tasers that are 10 to 15 years old. When I send them off to get repaired, they don't support that platform anymore. We have to buy new stuff. Creating the SRO position, now I have to buy a $10,000 radio.
But those things that are not in this list, those were covered under the general operating budget that we approved, correct?
Not to buy extra stuff. No, this is capital expenses.
Okay, so
Yeah.
all of this stuff you're referencing is part of this miscellaneous equipment.
Correct.
Okay, all right.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I can fill the bill with all of that. The CAD thing, I will say that money will sit for a while. That's a project I've been working with Bastrop County on for well over a year now. So it's probably going to sit for at least 6 to 12 more months. I let them vet that whole process before we spend that $81,000 on in-car computers where it shows GPS and computer aided dispatching, things of that nature. And now, barring some miracle where the 2 patrol cars that I need that I'm able to get, And I just don't think it's possible. That will probably sit for 12 to 14 months. So that's going to constitute almost half of that 500,000 there, those two items. But I do need to get the ACO truck. The HVAC can wait till winter time. I've talked to clearances about that. And then the tasers and things of that nature I need to get now in that top line item.
From a point of process, as we improve the process moving forward, I certainly wasn't aware of the constraints that we were up against and the timing of the ordering. So going forward, I mean, we could have had a special meeting. We could have done whatever was necessary to make, if I'd known you were up against a deadline line like that and had the ability to save the kind of money that you saved, and I have full faith and confidence in you and your decision making, and I know you do what's best for the city, then we probably could have avoided having the discussions that we're having tonight about process, but we're striving to get better at what we do. And I certainly am not going to hold back meeting the needs of your department.
Well, I guess with that, if I can say something on that, is that, these conversations with vendors, people we've established relationships with, hey man, hold on to it. It looks like my counsel's going to get me this. These things happen a month or two before it takes place. So I told Robert the other day, it's like pouring a cup of dog food with 12 puppies. When October 1st comes, everybody's hitting these vendors, these car vendors, these equipment vendors, and if you're not there or you don't have somebody looking out for you, it's real hard. It could set you back detrimentally.
Well, the mistake we made in hindsight is when we had this budget process and we were approving an extra $1.5 million largely to increase pay, that we essentially sacrificed to some extent the timing on these as a concession during that process, not knowing the sensitivity of the 12 puppy analogy that you just gave.
Well,
us. So
and I'll
we
take
are where we are.
responsibility
No,
for
no,
that. I
we
just
get it.
think
It's we are where we are. You want to, as a process, do you want to entertain motions by section? Do you want to go through the top? What do you want to do, Mayor? Because I'm certainly willing to make some motions if we want to work through this, and others might too. What do you want to do? Do you want to go through the discussion on Public Works and then maybe entertain a motion on the top two sections?
I'd like us to do that top section now. Can we not?
That's what I was thinking.
I
Why
mean,
don't we just do PD? If we can get a motion, that way it's fresh on our mind and we can structure it the way it needs to be.
I have no mind. I have no problem with that. I do want to say this, that the tanker truck for the fire department, there's only like 2 companies that I know of that really make those, and I met one of them at TML. That's something I think we're going to need to address for Robert to go ahead and move forward with that. That's in the third.
Because I have a question about that for Tyrone is, the need for an extra tender. Is it because of stuff that we have to do outside the city limits versus in, and whether Bastrop County helps us with that cost? That's for a later, but I'd love to hear your input because I don't see why with all the fire hydrants we have around town, why do we need extra tender truck to fight fires inside the city? It seems to me the extra truck is for when we have to relay and swap off for outside the city. And does Bastrop County participate in that cost?
I think these are all of the different little fire departments. They all supply different tender trucks and stuff like that. They all work together. So it's a mutual agreement for all of them.
Mayor, I'm going to make a motion because just in lieu of everything going on in the world right now, this police department needs everything that they can grab a hold of. I mean, if you watch what's happening right now, we think we're just so secure here in Smithville, Texas, in the United States. You got demonstrations going on all through Texas right now. Don't think it couldn't come to little Smithville. And being prior service military for 30 years, I'm watching what's happening right now in Israel, Iran, Dallas this weekend with a huge protest, and Austin's just 35 minutes up the road. So I'm going to make a proposal that we approve the items for the police department for the city of Smithville. And
For the amount of?
for the amount of whatever right now, 501,250, he might not spend it all right now, but to give him that authority to go ahead and get what he needs to make us a safer community.
I'll second. I'm sorry, Karen.
It's been made in second
Let me
on the
ask-
three.
Yeah, let me ask a question. No, I just want to, before we vote, I just want clarification from city manager and maybe Cynthia. When we approve an expenditure of an item that we expect won't be spent until a subsequent budget year, does it lapse at the end of the current budget year? Or does it become an evergreen approval?
Evergreen approval, especially with tax notes, since you have a 7-year. Is separate from the
Okay.
budget.
Okay. So if we approved $1 today and he only spent 50 cents, that 50 cents would carry over and that money just sits in a non-commingled separate tax note account and we can draw on it at any point. As long as it's within the 3 years, the requirements for spending the dollar.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What does evergreen mean?
Never ends. Stays green
I
forever.
just want
like
to,
money.
I think it's important, y'all know that I shop for I shop for this money like it's my own. And that some of this should be coming back to spend on the Little League field or whatever you want, but these are numbers that I'm just giving lyrics, but I do beat up people over price too, just so that you know.
And you can see in the chart here, he's giving back 14,000 of that money. So
Okay, all in favor? 1, 2, okay. Approved. We're gonna go to the second part of the city of Smithville. Oh, sorry, did I cut you off?
I know, man. I got something to say too.
anyone to speak?
Okay, we're on the second part,
Okay.
Public Works of the city of Smithville, 3 million series 2023 tax note. Edward, take it.
So what I want to talk about too is with like what David said, when we started this and Robert came and was like, hey, we got to get ready for this budget. We started this 2-3 months prior to all of this. And we got with these vendors that we work with, like he said, over and over. And we got prices for trucks, stuff that we needed. We sat in our fleet and said, our chipper truck's breaking down. It's sitting in the shop every day. I don't have no way to pick up limbs, but by hand, throwing them on a trailer if I don't have a truck. So when time comes and we get the budget approved, we're like he said, everybody's coming to grab one. Everybody's coming to grab a truck. But when we get them and they come through, they come in a little bit cheaper than what they say because they're like, hey, we have some, we can get them moving, get them built, get them coming. So like my chipper truck I got for $63,000. It's probably going to be here sometime late third quarter next year. So, I mean, it's something, what am I going to do for a whole year almost, to try to get limbs picked up? And now we're going to start charging these people for that. So we need to do that. Our trucks falling apart. I mean, we got trucks, our recycling center truck, doors falling off. I can't pin it back up. We're just trying to make our fleet better. The only thing that really right now too, that's left on my agenda up here. I mean, of course, I'd love to get all my equipment. The faster, the better. The more work we can do, the better we can get going. But our small bucket, our utility department has gotten bigger. It's gotten more to where we need more people in the air, not on the ground. And we only got one little truck that can get in these alleys with all this wire and stuff everywhere. So we need a truck. Talked to the guy 3 months ago with Altech. He said we could build a truck, spec it out the way we want it, $189,000 and some change. Got a phone call Saturday. Well, I'm sorry, let me take that back. It'd be 2025, quarter number 4 before we could get that truck built and brought to us because of the buckets and the Altech and everything, just the material going through. Got a call Saturday from the guy. He said, man, I got one sitting right here that somebody ordered, built it, didn't want it. He said $154,000 and I can have it to you tomorrow. That's a small bucket truck. That's almost a $29,000 savings. I mean, it's just sitting there. All we gotta do is say the word. If we don't, somebody else is gonna say the word and they're gonna take it. And then we're gonna wait till 2025. So y'all know me. I'm here to help this community. We're here to do everything we can for these citizens, everybody. We want brush picked up. We want leaves picked up. We want the power to stay on. We want the water to run and toilets to flush. I'm with David. We need our equipment. I really do. And
So what do you need authorized tonight?
I mean, honestly, I could take the first, I haven't even, I looked for a few sewer pump trucks, but man, they're outrageous. They're too big for me. I haven't found the one I want. Still looking, but I can go all the way to the tractor and could use all of that equipment now. It's time to, go to work.
Edward, when you describe equipment that's falling apart, doors falling off, not working, everything, were they all working last year?
Barely. We're patching them. We've been patching them for years.
Were they on the
since I've
list?
been
Were they
there.
on the list last year and we
Yes, they
didn't do
were.
them?
The chipper truck was it was a chipper and the leaf truck last year, and we got approved for one of them.
Okay.
So. And like I said, every year we sit back and we decide, we have to look at our whole fleet. What is the main priority? And that's why the chipper truck is at the very top. The whole floor of the whole truck is falling out. It's like you drive down the road, y'all see mulch all down the side of the road because it's not staying in the truck anymore.
How about your roof repair? How much damage is that doing? to
You
the
know,
building?
again, kind of like he said, our roof's been leaking for many years since the 8 years I've been here. And I actually got a quote on it, and it was about $35,000 to repair the roof and put new gutters on. I haven't found anybody to actually spray in any foam or anything, for insulation, but I mean, the roof, $35,000, they'll come put the roof on, put new gutters on, and that would save us from having wet material, wet trucks, wet people inside. But kind of like David, I'm really looking for this equipment to get here because it just takes so long to get here. And when they say it's here and they say we can have it, man, it would be great to have it. Time to get it. And I mean, towards the bottom, we're doing streets, drainage, sidewalks, curbs. We just did one on McSweeney here that we've been in dire need to have done. $16,000 bill. And I mean, I still have some money in my budget, for that or whatever, but man, that would have been a great, hey, throw that in the $200,000 tax note, keep on going.
Do you want?
I'll make a
Yeah,
motion.
I'll make a motion.
motion.
if That's all right. Anybody
Thank
have any
you,
other
Ed.
discussion?
I got one more point of
Yeah.
clarification. So if we're gonna prioritize this, you need the chipper truck, the small bucket truck. Now, the utility trucks, you're showing that you could get those for 127 right now?
Well, the two utility trucks and kind of like what David happened, one's the service truck getting built, one's a foreman's pickup. The guy called and said, hey, it's here. I'm bringing it to you. I was like, well, no, I can't have it until, after October 11th, 12th. He said, well, you're going to get it on the 2nd because I have to have it to you. And that's the one truck that we ended up showing up to our yard.
Okay, so we need to approve the 127?
Yes.
So Edward, what is the life expectancy on new stuff like this? How many years do we get out of this?
I would, on these trucks, probably at least 10 plus.
Okay, so does that imply that maybe our fleet's 10 plus years old?
Yes,
Oh,
Okay.
yes.
definitely.
So I'll make a motion unless somebody else has any more questions.
Make a
No.
motion.
Okay. I'm going to move that we authorize the expenditure of the full amount under this middle category as presented, recognizing that you might not be able to get some of it right away, and that I'll defer to you and the city manager at points in time where if it makes sense to substitute something else, you just come back to the council and make that suggestion so we can maximize this approval and these dollars. So I'll make the motion that we approve the 1-1 for public works and utility equipment as presented here.
I'll second.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? 5. Approved.
Thank you.
So how do we want to do the next part in the general? Robert?
I will take this one because it's a mismatch of all kinds of stuff. In the last council meeting, you approved the expenditures, the $1.5 million grant that we had that required a 10% match. So I went ahead and hadn't been spent, but the place mark is there. The 150,000 is our 10% match, and y'all agreed to do that. I think I've heard comment tonight that you're going to approve the $275,000 for the tender. And Tyrone, you have any more questions about that? Or
About that
Okay.
before I mean, it may not be now, but whenever you're finished, let's talk about that because I want to understand why the county doesn't help us with that.
well, let's go ahead and do it now. I'll go back to the camera in a moment. So while
So
discussion's on.
Tyrone, you're probably the expert here on this. Maybe Jimmy too. I saw him at TML hanging around the fire trucks a lot. I got a 5-year-old grandson that wasn't as enamored as Jimmy was around fire truck. But anyway, I gained a little bit of insight, not a lot, but one is, the need for a second tender truck is one runs out of water and you need one, you don't want to waste the time to go back and refill. You've got one that steps right in, right behind it. When you're inside the city, you have fire hydrants in a lot of places and it's easy to fight fires and to refill, I guess, more quickly and more efficiently. And so the value of a second truck in that sequencing is much more relevant when you're fighting a fire outside the city limits than if you're fighting one inside, which logically for me begs the question, if this investment of almost $300,000 is primarily benefiting firefighting outside the city, is there any other organizations like Bastrop County that would participate in that cost?
Let me correct you on this. What we're looking at right now is a tanker, tanker pumper. And it could take it can take a place of an engine also.
It's not a water truck.
No, it's a big tanker, so it can fight in town, out of town, but it's also could take a place of an engine. So we can fight a house fire with it. Yeah, so it could do two things at one time.
The one that we have right now can't do that.
No,
Okay.
all
So
we
this is
do,
a
all
different
all
type
we
of-
do with that one is
okay.
just
Just
pack
water. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That
And it also
is,
goes
that is
with-
good to know.
it
Yeah,
Thank
also
you.
is Mutual aid to
yeah, mutual aid to
all of our
yeah.
fellow people in the county. Okay, so any other questions? Oh, scared me. Any other questions on the tanker truck? So we go to the baseball park up fields.
I'm going to go back up to
sorry.
the security
Uh,
camera, please.
Okay, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
let me give you some history regarding how in the world do we get 100+ cameras at City Hall, or not City Hall, throughout the community. These have been going in, I would say 8 to 10 years now. The deal that we had was 8 cameras for $3,000. There was a local vendor who happened to purchase these things called Hikvision cameras. Not, yeah, not backwoods. That's just HIK Vision. Thank you. It's come to light that the United States government has identified that these are a risk to national security, as they can be hacked by either the Russians and or the Chinese. And they're forbidden to be purchased. And here I am, we're stuck with 100+ cameras. We're stuck with 100 cameras that are a security cyber risk to our facilities. And these cameras operate off of IP addresses, which tie into our server. So we're more susceptible now to ransomware, to malware, because of these cameras, but I can't shut them off because they're serving a tremendous purpose of monitoring what goes on. Someone goes crazy at the library, we have a record of it. Someone illegally dumps at the recycling center, I have a record of it. Someone tries to hold up City Hall during the 10th of the month when we have a bunch of cash, I have a record of it. So this is something I want you to consider. We are actually evaluating multiple vendors to get the best price for replacement of these cameras that we can possibly find. We've evaluated 2 of 3, but it'll have to be your decision going forward. I would like to bring that company in to give a presentation regarding these cameras and why the threat is so real and we need to do something about it. So that's where we are. The $350,000 quote is for one of the vendors who will sign a 10-year contract with everything soup to nuts, warranted. And so
What are we legally required to have out there right now in terms of cameras?
there's no legal requirement. I know the PD, we also have a interview room that's always recorded. There's really no legal requirement that I can find via TML, but you're kind of trying to do it to cover yourself.
Yeah.
Can you, but you can, I'm sorry.
No, I was gonna say the flip side of that.
Vendor though, to present, you can bring in a vendor to present to us.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the flip side of that is the more cameras you have, the more tape you potentially have to give over for freedom of information request if you have some exposure. I know from construction sites, there's always a trade-off. You want to run cameras 24/7, but 24/7 means it records everything good and bad. Just a point.
One thing about this particular software, and our systems are 8, 9, 10 years old. The platform with which we access the tapes, the video footage. This one cuts through all that of this one particular vendor, and others do too. I could ask for, let me see everyone in a maroon shirt that was in a particular facility or driving a F-150, it goes right to that. That's the AI is really, really significant, but let me schedule this presentation And you can see more.
So they qualify as urgent. We gotta do it. It's not, you can bring vendor on this.
Correct.
Thank you.
Good with that one?
Okay, baseball field.
Baseball fields, we heard the president speak of the Little League. Is anyone who has watched their children play at the Little League service fields or they need some help. And it's long overdue.
In terms of urgency. doesn't
I
have
think
to be-
it's urgent because we got kids came and go to the bathroom. We have
Yeah.
older people that came and walk over there. The grounds are horrible. So I put it as an urgent thing for our youth.
Even the courses that are going on down at the show barn, I mean, those restrooms that are the outside restrooms, I mean, we really need to do something with the restrooms. And I see you have that here as Riverbend Park. So you got MLK restrooms, Riverbend,
And
and
there's not even,
Khyber,
there are no restrooms
There's none.
presently on the hill at the Kleberg one.
right?
We had a porta potty up there at one time. I'm not for sure where it went, but we have soccer played. And there's no restrooms. So
Let me
I
ask-
think it needs to be addressed. What do you have?
If I remember right, Robert, there was money reallocated from playgrounds to a number of things, one of which was these ball fields. What was the amount of dollars in playgrounds and how much got reallocated over in this past?
Playground was 250. And
And where did
initially,
that, where did that number, if you have it, what was that scope of work for two
that,
fifty?
that was based upon what the MLK playground set cost, which had the padding, the padded reinforcements. Another thing, a cost that we incur for all the other parks is the ADA compliant mulch. I just can't go to the dump on Mount Pleasant Road and grab mulch. It has to be ADA compliance. That's a $17,000 to $20,000 bill a year. So the thought was an MLK cost 100,000. What we have terrible situation at Riverbend Park. There's a real and present danger to some of that equipment. We have dismantled some of that. So Ashley had a presentation that she was going to show you about some of that equipment as well. So to answer your question, it was 250, or dropped it down to 50,000, which won't touch really a new playground anywhere. There's quotes that she's going to show you that are 80,000 just for the equipment alone. It's amazing how much playground equipment costs.
Can I offer up a motion? Well, you'll hear when I make it. Am I allowed to make it?
Hold on, Tom.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying, is there, do I need to do a, well, that's what I'm saying. Is there, I mean,
Make your
we can do a pre-motion. I'm just trying to me, I'd like to make the motion that we approve the 150 for the airport lighting system. We approve the 350 for security cameras, subject to the city manager arranging for a presentation that the council has to confirm that they want to go forward with that, but approve the 350 for that. The 275 for the tanker truck and the 275 for the grant match for infrastructure. And then let's discuss these red ones and that are more subjective. Can the motion just stand on those as approved for now?
I'll second that that motion.
Prior to the vote, more debate, please. I'd rather that we consider each of these items individually going down there, because I'm opposed to some of this. I'm starting to get a little queasy. We've already spent almost $2 million of a $3 million tax note that we said that we could take 3 years to spend on it. So in terms of qualifying for urgent need, some of these items down here don't qualify for me. I'm only one vote, but I would like us to consider these one by one. I would be inclined to vote no on that motion, Tom.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, right, Mayor?
Motion in a
Oh,
second, so.
Okay,
all in-
can I ask council member which of the ones that are contained within the motion he has a problem with?
Have the discussion on each one line by line. I'm one person.
Okay, I'm gonna let my motion stand then.
We have a second. All in favor? 1, 2, opposed? Okay, so the motion for the general $3 million note series, airport lighting, security camera upgrade,
Subject to,
Tanker
the
tr-
subject to the presentation.
subject to presentation. Tanker truck. And then the grant match for infrastructure, the 275,000 for the GLO drainage. And then we'll go back to discuss the other ones. Are we good? Are you good? All right, moving on. I'm lost.
No, you're gonna go back and discuss the red ones, the four, the
We
four.
gotta discuss what we're gonna do for those.
Yeah, yeah.
I thought we were just tabling those.
No,
No, I just,
no.
no, my motion.
We're
just
gonna-
covered the ones, we need to discuss how to proceed with those.
Okay, so I thought,
You already talked about yours. You wanna?
uh,
Sorry, Council, the mayor is, and Mr. Butler have already talked about the $100,000 and what is your disposition of that particular line item? Baseball field and park upgrades.
okay. So what discussion do we have?
I got grandkids who play T-ball and I know how great that is, but I will tell you that when I look at baseball, even though it includes a lot of people, it's not as all inclusive as a playground. Not everybody, not every kid in town plays baseball, but every kid in town can go to the playground. So I have a problem pulling a bunch of money out of the playground budget at 250 and putting it into baseball, but it's not that I don't want to support baseball. It's just at rank, I would probably do a much smaller amount to baseball and ask the baseball people to do some private fundraising on that. Maybe a smaller amount that I'd like to see the majority of the original dollars for playground stay in. Maybe a smaller amount for baseball. That's just,
If we're reallocating this money right now, no other organizations have had an opportunity to come forth and plead their case for this money. So to me, it does not meet the standard of urgent.
Madam Mayor, maybe we host a workshop for these 4 items or there could be another item that could be added to this list, correct? Okay.
I thought that's where we
and,
were going.
uh,
when we- I
another,
thought that was where we were going when we picked out the ones we wanted to approve in general.
just do a workshop
And
for
then
these.
go forward with the other ones, as far as the Little League falls under Parks and Recreation, which is part of the city. And so that's how the
No,
Little
it's,
League. No, the parks are. The parks are, because, yes, the parks are part of our city, not the Little League.
If you would allow me, let's get through the 4 items. Let me give you just a basic description regarding the need. There is not a lot urgent, like the PD or the Public Works, but there are things that need to consider. So we talked about the ballparks, the ball field and the park upgrades, cemetery CRM platform. For years, we have been keeping records at Mount Pleasant and Oak Hill on 3x5 cards. This CRM platform is a customer resource management tool that the citizens can use to purchase, look at what's available at each cemetery. They can do genealogy. It's going to streamline the process with whereby we sell, track, and maintain our cemetery records. Just on a nutshell, it's 25,000 to set the platform up, and going forward, it's 3.99% of whatever a cemetery plot costs for sustaining that particular license. That's another presentation that I'd like to bring back to you. Fair enough? Playground equipment. Miss Ashley, I've got a presentation. Will you please go to your podium and give it?
I think she does
As I mentioned, there are a lot of playgrounds that are in dire need of repair and are in danger. So Ashley, go ahead.
Okay, we're gonna take a minute break. Is that what you want to do? We need to take a
3
minute break,
minutes.
so hold your thought. Go, run.
Break time.
Hey, hold on. You, da, 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 da. Very good. You're welcome. That's fine.
I think it gets rowdy. Yeah, I think it gets rowdy.
All right, Ashley. Back on the tax note, $3 million. She's gonna tell us about some playground equipment.
Yeah.
Go.
So I went out Friday and snapped these. These are all recent pictures. And it's in no way to throw shade at our parks guys. It's just to show that most of these pieces, if not all of them, are they're past their Band-Aid time. They're past their let's patch it together. You can see we just have not even sure what the duct tape and nail is for, but it's there. A lot of the pipes on that bottom right hand corner, that if I'm not mistaken, is from whenever they came into like all the musical features. I'm not sure, but I think all those just ended up getting vandalized, and so they got taken down. A lot of the train park is, even though the structure itself needs to be replaced, a lot of that's just fixing a lot of things. There's just a lot of exposed concrete. There's like that little stump that's just a tripping hazard waiting to happen. And like I say, a lot of the pieces are just old, weathered, outdated. Just we could do better, in my opinion. So that's the train park. You can switch to Riverbend. Is yikes. It had to be at least like 20 years old because it's been there since I've been here. I actually did try to get that information from Jack, and he hasn't texted back yet, so I don't remember. I did ask him. So you can just see at Riverbend, there's a lot of things. The slides, of course, are not great. The one, that top third picture, the red, that's the spiral little tube feature, and that is metal that it's just separated off of it. So you can just shake the whole thing. The slide right there, you have the cracked piece. The other blue section on the right section, the right side is the seat part of the slide that has the crack in it. The yellow little crawl tube, has a crack in the plastic. You can see the expanded metal on the steps. That's the expanded metal that they walk up onto. And so, of course, that if the child is little, they're going to be crawling on their hands and knees. And I mean, that's not even all the pictures that I took. The one spray painted plywood board, the spiral slide used to be there. I don't remember what the reasoning was that it broke in places. I'm not sure. It just never got replaced. So there's a big piece of plywood.
What is the point at which we determine that these are fully depreciated and need to be replaced? What's our process for evaluating?
I don't know, because and as far as I know, we don't have like a certified safety inspector for playgrounds. I'm sure we could get one called in, and then they would probably just like condemn all of them if I had to guess.
So what is the cost to replace new?
So okay, so I have pricing of this. Just shows some LaGrange parks and then some Bastrop parks. These are just some examples of what we can buy. This doesn't include like insulation. It doesn't include new landing surfaces. It's just the structure itself. Obviously there's
the scale of that. I mean,
I
comparable
knew that
to,
y'all were going to ask me.
comparable to what? Like, is it like the one over there at MLK?
That one probably. So like I said, I've got several different kinds. I mean, so I like obviously that one's significantly bigger. There's 3 or 4 different, sections. So I went various sizes. This is actually a really good deal. This one's on sale.
So if we had originally a budget for dollars for playground, right? We had a budget 250, and I'm seeing 70,000. Math good that you could build 2 brand new spanking ones that would last 20 or 25 years and be safe for the same amount of money that we were talking about using to fix up these?
Not knowing the amount of what the landing surface is other than just that.
Well, that's
mulch.
already there though, isn't it?
The mulch is. In my wish list, I would have an actual like that rubberized surface or AstroTurf or something of that nature. However, a new structure would be better than.
You could always come back and replace the
Correct. That could be
mulch
something
later.
at a later date. 100% for sure.
I'm just trying to figure out, again, I'm thinking off of the original 250. Why would we have proposed to spend 250 to fix 2 or 3 of them up when we could possibly get, it sounds like the repairs are almost as expensive as just getting new ones.
Oh, and I wasn't even thinking of repairs. I mean,
Well, what were we going to spend the 250 on then? Buying new ones? Oh, so it was new equipment.
No, this was my game plan all along was to
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know
We're
it,
talking about fixing it. We're talking about buying new stuff.
correct. And once again, obviously with Riverbend, that's the one that people are seeing off 71. The train park is the one, it's the heart that all the other kids get to go to. And so,
Absolutely.
I was going to just buy everything I could, whatever I was, allocated, I was going to, there's swings that have like the tandem where the parent can sit on one side and the kid can sit on the other side. And there's just all these like new features out there that, we're just not offering. And I hate pushing my kid on a swing, but I sure would sit with them on a swing.
The slide that you showed LaGrange had one, and then Bastrop,
Mm-hmm.
you showed a slide, those parks there. Yeah. At Bob Bryant Park, that's fairly new. Cool. Yeah, thank you. Those are good.
Committee of 10 5-year-olds in town to meet at a workshop and decide which one we should
Yeah.
do. That's what I think.
Yeah,
Talk
and
about
like-
community engagement.
Yeah. And like I say, that one little set's on sale. I can get 2 of those right there. One for Riverbend, one for Train Park.
Okay, so back to our piece of paper in front of us. We have our
Okay,
go ahead.
Ashley, any other questions for
Any
Ashley?
other questions for Ashley? I think we're all on the same page as far as getting things for our kids to do outside, whether it's Little League, whether it's playground equipment, so on and so forth. As far as the miscellaneous city facility upgrades,
I need to address that, please.
that's still something that, go ahead.
Okay, you're about to discuss the grant management for the Texas Department of Agriculture grant for the Innovation Center. Part of that was coming up with a cost for what the new Innovation Center was going to be. As you know, costs have increased, and part of the grant was to do both the show barn and the Innovation Center. However, to maximize the facility that you can get for the Innovation Center, we pulled out the monies that were going to be spent to put AC in the show barn. So I'm recommending that we still go ahead. I've got a preliminary bid of about $100,000 to insulate, weatherize, and put fans in the pavilion, the show barn, if indeed you would allow us to use the tax note for that. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. And talk about real-time experience. Those HVAC people who are out there in the winter and the summer, that's realistic environment to learn how to actually work on the HVAC systems. So that's 100,000 of the 175. The others are putting a door here in the hallway, a security door, a panic button for the ladies up front. And in case something happens, they can push a button and have the PD respond. We need HVAC repairs at the rec center. And if there's anybody left over would love to remodel and paint some of our public restrooms. Some of them are very institutional, prison-like. That would be great to be able to make it look a little more like home. So regarding the playground equipment, I'll say this: any savings, if you want, that you can achieve from all the other categories, maybe could be pushed down into the playground equipment. That'll be your decision to reallocate, Councilmember Etheridge, what you want to do for the playground or any of this stuff. So that's what's happening with the miscellaneous facility upgrades. And then need to decide what you want to do regarding playground equipment versus some of the others. That's it.
It's not my decision. I just have an opinion.
Yeah, okay.
As possible. That's just my opinion. I just see all the kids. I happen to have 5 and 3-year-olds that I spend a lot of time at the train park and at MLK alternating. We go to Riverbend occasionally, but it's kind of far away for us. And I just see all the little kids that go to those parks. And Tuesday night when they do Feed the Need over there at MLK, it's especially busy. And so I just think in all of this 15 million, we get caught up in pumper trucks and chippers and all this other stuff. Sometimes it's nice to think about the little guys and gals. And it would be nice to have, for a relatively small amount of money, we can do something really special that'll last a really, really long time. And I think we ought to consider doing that.
We had general discussion. Mayor, may I speak? I have the floor. Okay, we've got $350,000 left. We're on a spending frenzy here. I'm inclined that we postpone any further action in waiting on a workshop so that we have the opportunity to hear any competing proposals from organizations or citizens that might want a piece of what's left. And I'd like us also to consider holding this amount in reserve for emergencies. And also, Robert, potential evaluation of our general fund spending as we move towards next year, looking for other savings so that we can free up funding that might be dedicated to economic development and revenue generation. That was a long-winded way of me saying that let's don't take action on this tonight. Let's have a workshop. On the motion yet, I wanted to give y'all. Or I can move and then we can discuss. Mayor, I move that we postpone action on the remaining items for a future workshop to be held within the next 45 days.
I'll second it.
Motion has been made and seconded to postpone action on the baseball field, 100,000, cemetery platform, 25,000, playground equipment, 50,000, miscellaneous city facility upgrades, 175. Motion been made and seconded.
I
Do I
have,
have a second?
I have
don't have a
discussion,
second.
please. I have to, I have to, sorry for interrupting a second. The security doors and panic button in the city hall are very important. I have people wandering through here that maybe shouldn't be here.
How much are those, Robert? How much is that? Did you get a quote on that?
Jennifer? Yeah,
How much?
20,000 for the
Okay.
doors, and then the panic button is probably another 15, and then the glass instead of plexiglass.
So
So
about 45.
you're talking about 45 to 50 of that.
I'm amenable to an
Yeah.
amendment to my motion to carve out that amount of money for those projects right there.
And I'll
So what I'm
second
saying
it.
is I'm amenable
Yep.
to an amendment.
I'll second. And then at this workshop, then I think we can have presentations by, I know Mr. Butler presented tonight, but a little bit, a lot more detail maybe on exactly what that's going to entail from the Little League folks. What are we going to get for that 100K? Maybe a little bit more information. I understand we need the cemetery inventory management system, but maybe a presentation on that. Playground equipment, Ashley, some of your proposed playground equipments with those prices, which you threw up there tonight, but where those would go and how that would look for the different areas. And yeah, I think within 45 days, we can have a workshop, maybe sooner.
I'm okay with all of that. What I do want to specify though, is all of these things that are playground and stuff like that, the stuff that's going to happen if we move forward with the show barn, those kind of things. You have to remember we're coming into winter, so kids don't go out as much and stuff, but we need to get the work done before spring hits. We need to move forward with this as soon as we can so that we can get this stuff in the queue to be moving on down the road.
Can we set a date?
Did you amend the 45,000?
We
Go
have
ahead.
two motions and 2 seconds. We need to vote on the amendment to the motion to carve out that money. And we do have a 45-day. There is, we just got to vote. And I do have a 45 days is a time limit that was on the original motion to have a workshop within 45 days.
Could I also add it maybe to, if it's not a workshop, can we add it to the agenda if the agenda will allow it in November or not? Because these aren't huge presentations. Okay, fine. Holidays,
Right.
All right, so you have add to the agenda on November for the presentations.
Okay.
Okay, and
We have to vote on
Vote
the
on the
amendment.
amendment.
Yeah, we have to,
45 days.
we have a motion and a second
Oh.
on the amendment, so vote on the amendment.
Stated, please.
Amendment to carve out, the amount for
45,000.
the 45,000. And that is for the, security door panic button, the glass, security glass. And that was it.
Then we, okay. And motion second, all in favor? 2, 3, passes. Do you
So
have
that-
everything?
That means the
So,
first motion dies, right?
No, it means you go back to the first motion, it's just an amendment to that motion. So I mean, yeah,
So it became the motion, correct?
Yeah, you're good.
okay.
So we're good. Yeah, that replaced my motion,
okay.
correct? I mean,
Jennifer?
parliamentarian rules.
Well,
you- are you correct?
I would vote on the original motion. You're making, you have the main motion and then you're making amendment. So then you'll go back to the main motion and vote on it.
Okay.
So
So
the
this
main
is to
motion-
consider the original motion, the
The
main
original
motion. not
motion.
the
Yeah, the
main.
main
All in favor? It passes.
Okay,
All right, so you have all your notes?
yes,
You're good.
yes.
Okay,
That closes that one. We're gonna go to 15, remember?
we're gonna skip ahead to number 15. Discussion and action on awarding a contract for grant services for TDA Innovation Center per grant award CRC 220031. I
Hey.
believe, go ahead.
Council, this be a quick one. We have a representative from Langford here. Didn't want to make her wait till later in the night, so this is a pretty quick one. The TDA grant, we needed to have grant management, and Langford was the only grant services provider that submitted a request for a proposal. They're going to charge 7.5% of the total grant amount to manage this TDA grant. They have extensive familiarity with all sorts of government entities, TDA, FEMA, GLO, CDBG. They manage both the grant management aspect and have overseen construction as well. So as they were the only bidder who submitted a proposal, recommend that you award the contract to Langford accordingly.
Make a motion.
Madam Mayor, I make a motion that we go ahead and award the contract for grant services for the TDA Innovation Center for grant award CRC 22-0031. I'm sorry, to Langford Services.
Motion's been made and second, all in favor? Motion passes. Thank you for coming to Smithville, hanging out with us. You learned a lot.
Enjoyed the presentation.
Well, thank you. Okay, so that makes us to number 9, right?
Back to 9.
Now we're discussion on memorandum of understanding MOU with the Smithville Workforce Training Center regarding the use of the city of Smithville facilities. Robert, will you just give us some insight or we want to speak first? Go ahead.
Dan Wilson,
Hayden, I've been wondering this whole time why you're hanging out here.
Trying to help out my community a little bit,
Well, state your name
Is this
and
on? Oh, hi, I'm Hayden Wilson.
there you go.
I'm Hayden Wilson. I'm here with the Workforce Center. I do a class over there to get my CDL. And it's just been really beneficial for me, the whole experience of doing it. It's easy to sign up, easy to do. I broke my elbow in July, been out of work since. They're helping me get back to work, on top of treating me really great, teaching me a new trade. And I just think it's overall a great experience all the way around. I was told to come up here and just state you guys how well it's been going and stuff. Today, like 2 weeks ago, I wouldn't have been able to tell you guys I knew how to drive a standard on a semi truck. I ain't never driven a truck in my whole life. And today I drove one from Colleen and back. So
I think you're
know.
parking over here in the Bastrop County Yard.
Yeah.
Stop.
Yeah, oh yeah. 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 Yeah.
Well, have they
these
been
are-
treating you well then?
Yeah,
Very
everything's
good.
been great, you know.
Are you
and-
gonna hang out to the end of the meeting now?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna tell you, I'm not gonna lie to none of y'all.
So you have no interest in being on the city council, huh?
I mean, unless I was in your seat, that'd be different. No, I'm just playing, I'm just playing. But no, I really appreciate you guys having me up here and, you know, I hope y'all have a good evening.
Well, thank you. That's very nice of you. Hayden,
Terrence
wait, he did stay.
Specs.
Thank you, Hayden.
He left? Oh, he had to leave. Okay.
Okay.
Roman, is it Roman? Ramon?
Been wondering why you're here also, so
Yes, ma'am.
welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ramon Enrique Rivera Ruiz. That's my name. And I'm one of the county coordinators for the Smithville Workforce Training Center. I'm here this evening to share the importance of our program and the benefits of this program for the city of Smithville and the counties that we serve. Before I continue, I would like to thank the city of Smithfield for their partnership with the SWTC and all their leaders and partners. We really appreciate you guys. Our program consists on developing a relationship with local employers, identify their employment or employees' needs, and see if we have the program and recruit and train their future employees or current employers so we can upscale them as well. How do we do this? We do this by partnering with employers, by having them sign an employment commitment letter. This letter will reflect the numbers of employees they need and the positions. With this information, we recruit and partner with different academic providers that provide the training for the position. Another option is to upscale the employees. As part of the agreement, the Smithfield Workforce pays for the training in full for most of the courses and that are approved by the grant. The partnership with the city of Smithfield and other counties and cities we serve is critical to be able to successfully provide these services. This process not only benefits the recruit and local business, but the city unemployment percent decreases and our citizen gets an education and start a new or grow in their career. This will result in a better economy for our city and better quality of life for our citizens. The city tax revenue increase because our citizens can invest or simply be able to spend some money locally in our businesses and in our kiddos. We're discussing about the baseball, right? If we have people, we train people, they make more money, they will spend more money as well. For Smithfield itself, it brings pride to our community that in our small town that we can produce a program that not only helps our people, but helps the 4 counties we serve. Look, this stuff is big city stuff, and it's here in Smithfield. This is what Austin does, Houston does, big city does, and we're doing it here in Smithfield, Texas. And we need your support. I urge our leaders to continue to support our program with whatever is necessary to continue to help build the Smithfield workforce and the other counties that we serve. That's what we do. That's why I'm here until 8 p.m. tonight. You know, because we serve people. We want to build our community. Is any question? I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Any graduate
How many graduates
from workforce training are employed in businesses located in Smithfield? Do you know roughly?
No, we don't only produce people only for the city of Smithfield. We produce employees for 4 counties.
Right.
So Bastrop County, Lee County, Caldwell County, and Fayette County. So we focus in all those counties. That's what the grant was given to us to focus on. Now, do we recruit people from Smithfield? 100%. You know, we just spoke, one of our students that live here in Smithfield just spoke, and one of them was not able to stay with us today. He's an HVAC student that's fixing to graduate in December. So as far as numbers, right there, you have 2 citizens are of our city that are fixing to graduate and start a new career.
I do know that I've been to several of the graduations, and I know that the towers and that the hospital employs some of the CNAs. I also know that I believe some of the welders went to Spira Drill. So there's a lot of local employment that happens with that.
Do you have a sense for, other than the towers people?
Well, the agency, we have a CNA, a nonstop CNA, and I apologize, I don't want to interrupt, Mr. Bruno. We produce a nonstop CNA class here in our facilities at the Methodist building. So right now we have, I think, our 15 class, if I'm not mistaken, or plus, that we have CNA student that graduate group of 10, 12, 15. So we have produced pretty much about 200 CNA, and that we have placed those students in different nursing homes all over the area, specifically here in Smithville.
They also get further funding if they want to continue their education for further ways through the workforce training, right? If they want to stack credentials on top of that.
Yeah, that's correct, sir. Yes. Once they graduate as a CNA student, they can go ahead and submit the request to go to the LVM program, which we're able to assist them to help part of their tuition. And then after that, they can come back as well to go and get their RN. So we can continue to help to upscale these people. We don't not only just train them, like a gentleman that was here as a CDL driver. He needed tanker endorsement, then we're able to help them to get that tanker endorsement as well. Or HVAC techs, let's say a company has a helper, right? And they need an HVAC tech, and we can upscale that employee to become an HVAC tech for that company. And then, so that's also other avenues that we can help.
For the purposes of continuing to gather information tonight, because we're about to retire into executive session, because this is a discussion about the utilization of the city's assets and real property. So we're gathering information to make sure that we make the right decision. There's no question about the value of what the Smithville Workforce Training Center does for not just people in Smithville, but for the other counties around us that are enjoying and reaping the benefits of this.
Yes.
So our discussion tonight is just making sure that the city's assets are properly utilized and that we leverage them to the best extent possible. So I do think it's relevant that we ask the question about how many graduates actually get employed here in Smithville. What types of studies have been done for the employers here in Smithville specific to what their needs are. So we'll be discussing Wednesday night an economic development element of downtown Renaissance, for instance.
Yes.
So what has the Workforce Training Center done in terms of identifying the needs for our local businesses to make sure that we do receive a benefit from that? And this is long-winded as usual, but I understand, because I've had more conversations with workforce training people and the board. And I know that there's some constraints about the types of training that we can have that are restricted by the federal funding. But is it possible to move forward and expand that maybe to meet specific needs of businesses here locally?
Well, at this point, we only have designated programs that we have to only train. Now, those designated programs, we have identified different companies, local companies that we have to we try to reach out, talk to them. Some of the companies that are local, they don't want to grow, or there are all kinds of different things. And also part of our job as a county coordinator is to educate the small businesses. Sometimes they just don't know how to grow. So I sit with them. I just giving you an example. I sit down with a small business, say, okay, come on, let's sit down about this specific. Let's say, for example, HVAC, or right. Say, well, people are coming this way. We're here to recruit, train, and provide and help you to grow your business. That way you stay current and you're able to produce and hire our local people to grow your company. So we don't only train people, we facilitate, we educate, we provide orientation of many things. and prepare to be successful, not only for the business, but the goal is to hire people for our community.
I think it would be great at a future date if y'all came back and said, here's what we've done here specific, because we want this here in Smithville. There's
Yes.
no question about it.
Yes,
And I can't go into details about what we might discuss in session, but I think in terms of making sure that our citizens know that we're targeting, making sure that because of this is a city asset, that we get city benefits from it. And I'd love to know, I mean, for instance, let's say if you went down, and I don't know their receptiveness, but if you went to the downtown business owners and they decided that we need to have a training for restaurant service workers and bartenders.
right,
And maybe that's a program that
right.
y'all could go after a grant that does that.
Sure,
That's
sure.
a specific need for us here, I think.
And there's many things that the workforce continue to do as far as, trying to get all the grants that are not restricted, that we're able to do those things. Now we have a big grant that is restricted for specific programs, but we also have some other grants that are unrestricted. So it's a matter of identifying those needs and also as a matter of identifying the academic provider. Because it's not only, okay, Ramon, you guys can train these people in this area, but if we don't have an academic provider that's able to produce that training, that they were not able. So we also need to understand those things. And as far as the benefit for the city, we're bringing tax dollars back to the city. Every person that we train has more money in their pocket. So they're going to come back and invest money in our city, spending in our restaurants and all those great things.
Yeah, and that's why we're asking where these people are going to work. I mean, so if you
Right.
can quantify that for us, that of the 200 graduates so far, 50 of them live and work here in Smithville and are spending money. And that just helps us be able to quantify the results that
Yes,
we
sir.
get from it. So I'm just trying to help the Workforce Commission and
Definitely.
Yeah.
At the end, the
it's kind
goal
of a
is,
marketing program.
yeah, right. And at the end, we want to build the workforce in our area and our community and do the best for our city. I think it's a big, I'm proud that I'm in Smithfield. I'm from Puerto Rico, by the way, but I've been here 11 years and this is my city. I'm proud that we had this program here and that itself is a big deal. We have pride that as Smithvillians, we're able to do something that big cities aren't able to do. So that's a big deal to continue to build not only the economic of our city, but the soul of our city, because things are changing and we need that. So thank you for your time. Thank you.
Next, I have Caroline Noya.
Hello, everybody. I'm Caroline Noya, 706 Mill Street. I know this MOU relates to the Workforce Training Center, but it's also about other city Smithville facilities, of which I understand there are 4 others. In addition to the Workforce Training Center, it's the Smithville Area Chamber of Commerce building, the Volunteer Fire Department building, the Community Gardens building, and the Mary Nichols Arts Center. All of these are nonprofits. And I know, although this is just for the workforce, I'm sure will lead into other city-owned buildings that will be required to pay rent or compensation of some kind to the city for the use of these buildings. All of these are nonprofits that provide volunteers, provide valuable services to our citizens. The city shows support and rewards these nonprofits by providing them with these buildings and the use of these buildings to provide services to the community. The citizens pay the taxes that go toward the use of these buildings that support these nonprofits. What will this say to you as the city council or say about y'all if y'all pull this support from these nonprofits? I know some of y'all can't vote because of your connections to them, but you said the city has a revenue problem. All these nonprofits have the same revenue problem. So what do we do? If you charge them, to me, if you charge them rent, my guess is that they will have to pull out of these buildings, which will require these services to no longer be available to the citizens. So I'm asking that you consider the ripple effect of what's going to happen to these services that are provided to the citizens
because a lot of these there are partnerships between a lot of these nonprofits for the good of the citizens. We're a small town. We try to help each other. We're not a big city. So please consider that in your thought, the memorandum for this workforce and how it reflects with the other nonprofits. Thank you.
Next, I have Willie Culberson.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Willie Culberson. Went to school here, graduated in 1968. I immediately had to leave Smithville. You know why I had to leave? Because there was nothing for me to do here. Nothing for me to do. Can y'all hear me?
No.
Well, pick the mic up,
Green light on,
green lights on. Nobody's.
try it again. Get in
How
there.
about now? Okay. So I had to leave because I was looking for opportunities. I had to leave because I was looking for opportunities.
Now you talk.
Okay, you got to really put it up to your mouth with it. Yeah. Okay, so it worked out for me. I was selected to go from high school to flight school of Smithville, Texas. And it was what I learned here in school what made me successful in doing that. But why did I have to leave? I had no other avenue of staying here where I was born and raised and getting the education that I needed and finding meaningful employment. We have a lot of young men and women here who have that opportunity thanks to the Workforce Training Center. It doesn't matter to me where they work, whether they work in Smithville or not. It matters to me what's more important is where they live and where their home is. I would have loved to stay there with my home, had a bill of trade, work with my parents, help them have a better life. And that's the dream of a lot of people here. If you would talk with the Towers Nursing Home, their philosophy is they'll support the Workforce Training Center with all they have because of this fact. They train, and there are people who are trained here and live here, they will stay here. The people who came to work for the Towers Nursing Home from out of town, they would work until they found a job in their hometown, then they would go leave. And that was that turnover issue. So that helped them tremendously. And these are the things that the Workforce Training Center has brought to the city of Smithville. And then it's expanding out to the other counties. It's going to help them. Now, you have to realize that the buildings that we're using was not used or they was underutilized before the Workforce Training Center. Big example of that is the show barn. If I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. So now the show barn is being used and being utilized more and being very productive, and it's getting improved because of, in part of, the Workforce Training Center. Am I right? Mary A. Brown High School, where I went to school, 5th and 6th grade classes. I can remember having classes in there. Those are now 2 computer labs because of the Workforce Training Center. We had to almost, it was a battle for the Smithville School District to see this, but they finally did and saw the advantage of it. So that's all we're looking for. See the advantage of it and see the reason behind it and see all the pluses to it. See, I'm out of time,
You're out of time.
so I will go back to
But
my
we
seat.
appreciate you bringing all your thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Oh, Council and Mayor Commissioner Beckett is on her way. If you want to have a little discussion before she gets here, she had asked to speak.
On our way.
Yeah, she's on her way. She just got done with the school board meeting, so if you want me to review what the MOU states, I'll be happy to do so, and we can open. Okay. Yeah, the recommendation was maybe to go to the recycle center until Commissioner Beckett can get here, but that's the mayor's call.
Okay. Discussion, possible action regarding the recycling center.
Hey, everyone. I sent a letter to everyone on the council about what we've been doing. We're going to kind of change a few things in that we're going to be looking for a new company to come in to take our recycle, Keep Texas Recycling. They do the Fayetteville Recycle Center. And we're looking at them because they pick up recycle from so many places, they get a better price. And they're interested in coming to Smithville to do that. I also am going to have Stacy Savage come to the next city council meeting to speak. She her company is Zero Waste Management. We're going to try, Jill and I are going to try to work together to get a grant so that she can come and work with different groups, the Keep Smithville Beautiful and things like that, to talk about different kind of recycling that can be done before it ever gets to the recycling center, to help teach people how to use things better, to compost everything else. And hopefully there can be several classes that she can do that. I want everybody to understand that what we're moving for with the recycle center is not for it to be pay all the time. We're going to try to move down the road so that maybe in another year or something else, maybe we don't have to spend as much because we're getting more for our recycling and it's looking better. I can't guarantee that, but we have to do something. Everybody's talked that the $50 does not add up to a whole bunch. You're right, but it's some offset. And who knows how many people are going to sign up. I've had a lot of people that have come to me and say, I'll pay. I've had a lot of people on Nextdoor that have said, I will never pay. But if you don't pay, it just goes in the dump. Think about that. If you're into recycling, and I am, I believe this is our path forward that we can move forward with. Hopefully Stacy can come, and also Zoe from the Keep Texas Recycling will also be able to come and talk. Thank you. You ready to talk? No?
May I ask Councilman Jenkins a question about it?
Sure.
Some of the feedback we've been getting from the community is bringing forth some research that, particularly about plastics, that they end up in the landfill anyways. Is that, did you take a look at that? I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, I have looked at that. And the reason that it ends up in the landfill is because the people that recycle are not educated about emptying their bottles out and not doing the things that they need to before they bring it to the recycle center. If it's contaminated, they won't take it. So that's when it goes to the dump. If we educate the people, and that's one thing that I'm hoping that Stacy Savage will help us with, and Zoe, more education you have about recycling and how things move forward, the better off we will be.
I'm dragging this out so the commissioner, oh, she's here. I'm sorry. I didn't see. Now,
We have a filibuster going up here.
that was gonna be my next question was, would you be willing
Smith
to
goes to
tell
work.
us about the interest or lack of interest in the county and being involved in recycling?
Didn't see that one coming, Clara. Sorry. Yeah.
I think number 12 item was just to fill you in where we are so far on recycling, correct? There's no motion to be taken. So number 12 is taken care of. We're going to loop back around to Commissioner Beckett speaking on number 9 about the MOU with the Smithville Workforce Training Center regarding the use of the Smithville facilities. Clara Beckett, Commissioner Beckett, would you please come forward? You kind of made it here in record time because we were timing you.
Yeah, they just broke for an executive session over there about the proposed drainage project that I know Robert is interested in as well. I think it went well.
Okay.
We're trying to explain why we want to invest, $3.5 million in drainage improvements to the school district property, but real excited about that project. But we're talking about the Workforce Commission and the old JP building on Fawcett Street, correct?
Yes.
I guess a little history about it, on being time, better hurry up. I don't remember what year we donated the property. We built the new annex building over there on Loop 230, because we were outgrowing it. Wasn't really suitable for a JP Justice Court. There were some security issues. People get pretty mad when they're suing one another. And there wasn't real good ingress egress for the judge. And actually, the commissioner didn't have an office over there. There's some history behind that too. The constable was officing in the break room. So anyways, we built a new facility over there on Loop 230 that we're really proud of. And the county really didn't have a use for the facility. And at the time, there were some space issues with the veteran services officer and potentially moving the PD over there and, different thoughts, but the county didn't have a use at the time for it that was, productive in any way. And so, I went to my fellow commissioners and the judge and asked them if they would be interested in donating the property, selling it for $1, whatever the statute required, because they needed some space. So that was, I don't know, 10 years ago or so. When was it? 7. Okay. Time flies when you're having fun. But, and since then, I think for a while there were some other folks y'all had put in there, and then the Workforce Commission came along, and that seemed like a really good fit. I've read the contract. I am definitely not an attorney. But the idea was really behind it was if y'all turn around and sold it, we were like, no, you can't sell it. We would, it's county money and, from the county, taxpayers. And so if there was no use for it by the city, then we would want it back and probably sell it, and put the money back in the, general fund. So, I don't remember how it's worded, basically something along the lines that it's, serves a governmental purpose or something. But, the spirit of it was, used by the city for governmental services. That as long as that was the purpose of the building, then y'all could keep it in perpetuity. And then I have been in discussions about the potential for renting it. I cannot speak for the Commissioners Court. I am just a single vote on the court, but I think that in the spirit of things, that would, be kind of counter to the contract. Would that be the official position of the Commissioners Court? I can't tell you that. That would have to be taken up, but it sounded problematic. I'm a little concerned about how that would be visioned by the rest of my court members if it were rented out. I think that there are a lot of communities in and around Smithville that would love to house the Workforce Commission and the work that they're doing. And I would hate to lose them over that. The county, in terms of ARPA funds, don't quote me, but it was quite a bit of money. I want to say 750. Okay. $750,000 of the county's ARPA funds we allocated to the workforce. Now we haven't just, much like y'all's ARPA funds. I don't know how y'all distributed yours, but the monies are spent and reimbursed, and we're tracking that very closely as with all of the nonprofits that we're working with on ARPA funds. But it was a big investment for the county. We believe in the program. I've toured all of the facilities, and I have a lot of faith in the work that's being done there. So that kind of sums up what I was, coming to say. I wouldn't support in a general spirit of the thing and the contract, charging rent to the Workforce Commission, particularly given the investment that we've made in them.
Commissioner, let me ask you a question. And this is also for Robert. Property in question that was deeded back in 2017, I think. It included all of the land and the existing building. Is that correct? So when we build a new building on that property and we create value with that new building, one, do we have to get permission from the county to put a structure on there? And then what does that do to the reversionary rights if we build a building on there that wasn't funded by the county?
I mean, I read it, you know, I scanned it, the contract, and again, I'm not
Well, and
a
I know,
lawyer
don't
and I
know the
can't speak
answer
for the
to it
court,
either. Yeah.
but I don't see any problem with any of that scenario. You know, as long as it, you know, it's serving a governmental purpose, I think it's in line with the contract and the spirit of the
Yeah,
contract.
and I wouldn't disagree with that. What I would say is the decision that's before the council is what terms to enter into a lease or a use agreement with the Workforce Training Center, proposed to be for a period of 7 years, which I guess mirrors the length of the time that was specified in the grant that it needed to be used for workforce training. We're going to, one of the arguments for, in addition to your argument, one of the arguments for not charging rent is that at the end of the 7 years, the citizens are going to get the building free and clear. So it makes my question more important in the sense that if we're building a building on property that has reversionary rights to the county, do the citizens really have that as an economic benefit? Since if that were never to be generated any income from, to use your example, that would not be in the spirit of the agreement. We're getting a building that we can't ever generate any income from. We can only use, and we funded it, or the grant funded it. We did 10%, I guess. So there's two ways to look at this. One is what's there today, I think is pretty black and white. The property belonged to the county. The county gave it to the city with conditions. And those conditions were that it be used for government use to serve the citizens of Bastrop County. That's the way it's referenced in the deed. But when we put a building on there, that building wasn't funded by or owned by the county. And so now it's a new structure that has value. What happens with that building? What are the restrictions that go with that? Could we, let's say at the end of the 7 year, let's just assume we do a 7-year deal with workforce training. They spend their 7 years and they go someplace else. They go to a bigger facility or whatever. And the citizens have a brand new building that is on this property that is subject to, you know, pretty much an unconditional reversion clause to the county if we don't use it for government use.
Yeah. Well, that was the conditions of the gift.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. So the point is, when we consider building the building on there, we have to take into account that that building in effect becomes the property of the county. In effect, if they exercise the reversion back, if we ever cease to use it for public use, then the building that we built would revert back with the property. That's typically what happens on a reversion or a ground lease, is the fee simple owner ends up with all the improvements. So I just think that's important for all of us to be aware of.
Yeah, if the purpose of the building was to produce income.
Can we, I'm sorry.
Or to sell it, or to not use it for a government building. Yeah.
Mayor, can I ask, Jennifer, do you have that slide that points to that element in the contract number 2 that we're talking about right here, where it's highlighted on I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're talking about. We're getting really deep in the weeds here, and I understand what Councilman Etheridge is saying. We're looking at future use of a building after the potential vacation if the workforce goes somewhere else. So we do need to understand what future use might be. And she's almost got it. What I'm trying to point out is the element in the contract that we're all focused on right here, that a lot of this is driving the decision that might be made tonight.
No, I think you're looking for the deed, the actual
I
contract.
can read it. I have it pulled up here. This section 2, you have it? The contract.
The contract where we had it highlighted in the,
Section 2.
yeah, the yellow highlight's gone.
The city agrees to use the property solely for governmental uses that benefit the public interest of the county. It is agreed that any governmental use that benefits the citizens of the city will benefit the public interest of the county. If the city fails to use the property in accordance with these terms, the property will revert to the county as provided in the deed.
Yeah,
agreement that you're
and my,
talking- you're
my
focused on.
argument would be that if we rented the building out, that would be to the benefit of the citizens of Smithville and the benefits of the county by definition. Because dollars that we generate in revenue naturally go to the general fund and benefit the citizens. And it's specified that anything that benefits citizens of Smithville would by definition benefit the county.
But kind of skipping over the governmental use, but okay.
Yeah, and it could be that's, like I said, Robert asked for a legal opinion. I think my
Yeah, that's
point
probably
here
best.
is that I want to make sure that when we retire and we deliberate that we understand. I think everybody up here is a fan of and a supporter of and have voiced support for the Workforce Training Center. But at the same time, we have all these assets and Ms. Noya pointed out, this isn't the only one. Robert shared with us, there's a handful of other properties in town that not only do they not pay rent, the city pays all their utilities too. They don't even pay their utility bills, correct, Robert? Yeah,
Correct.
So they don't even pay their water, their electricity and everything. Everybody in this room pays for operating expenses in addition to free rent. So I understand the precedent because I do think that's one of the considerations. The other is obviously the point you make about what was the intent. It was given to us on conditions and we have to honor that or risk the reversion. But it's further complicated by the fact that we're talking about building a building on it that wasn't part of the original property. And that's the argument for why we might want to provide a rent concession is that we're going to get a brand new building in 7 years in addition to the precedent that it sets with regards to the others. It's more complicated, I guess, than just.
Yeah, I didn't
seems
know
off
you
the
just
surface.
said
In
about
7 years,
the
we
building.
might want to enter into an agreement that does generate revenue.
Yeah.
And I think that's what. is
Yeah,
in
and
question.
whether that would, that obviously revenue off of real estate owned by the citizens of Smithville benefits the citizens of Smithville.
Sure.
But it may not meet the government use definition.
Yeah. We're, I'm familiar, we've got a lot of, not a lot, but several nonprofits that occupy our county facilities, the long-term, Bastrop County Long-Term Recovery Team, Bastrop County Cares.
Do they pay
others.
their OpEx? Do they pay utilities? They don't pay anything at all? Okay.
And I think what you may be also overlooking, if Smith, the Workforce Center decides that later on to move, well, there might be governmental use. The city could use it as offices or other things as we grow. There are other ways that the city could use the building.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Not just later, today.
I know, and I don't normally get up in all this. There's a lot of smart people up there on the city council. And I'm not here to tell you all what to do. That's for sure. I think I can count on 2 fingers how many times I've come to a city council meeting. But I felt like I ought to at least share what I feel like was, the history of it and the spirit of the agreement.
Thank you.
To stay and listen to the rock crushing update? I got an email from TxDOT this afternoon late.
Oh. We have a lot of questions. Okay. The city council will hold an executive meeting pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon, Texas Code annotated in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551072 to discuss real property, City of Smithfield's facilities used by the Smithfield Workforce Training Center.
Mayor, I think you
We'll
need to explain to the public why Janice won't be attending that.
Janice is an employee at the workforce, and so she will not be attending the meeting as we discussed going forward with the actions at the workforce. Going to go back into the open meeting, discussion and action as a result of the executive session on the memorandum of understanding with the Smithville Workforce Training Center regarding the use of the city of Smithville facilities. Council, you have any other questions you need to bring forward? I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we direct the city manager to formalize the MOU as presented with the following changes. One is that the city council of Smithville allowed to appoint a minimum of 2 board members or not less than 20% of the voting board members at workforce training agreed to present to the city council no less frequently than once quarter an update on their performance and their progress.
I'll entertain a second.
I will second that motion.
A motion has been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2. Motion passes. Councilman Janice Bruno did not vote. Okay, so we're now on abstained. Thank you. Abstained. We did the recycling center. Number 13, possible discussion and possible action on TCEQ air quality permit for the rock crushing operation. Did I miss something? Councilman Etheridge?
Yes, this is a quick update. I know it's late. I'll try to go. It's been 6 or 8 weeks that I've following that. A number of people attended the TC hearing for air quality. Status is that up until late this afternoon, one of the last agencies that they were required to go and approach about a text dot driveway permit. One of the things that I thought and the possible pursuit for citizens was to request that TxDOT require a full traffic impact analysis when that application comes in. They're not required to do that, but they have the discretion to do that. As of 3 o'clock today, they hadn't even approached TxDOT, but I got an email from TxDOT saying that they had applied and offering an opportunity for me to come meet with them, and also included Robert. Did you get the email, Robert? Yeah, to Robert to attend. So I said November 7th at 4. I don't know if you were able to make that, but they gave us a couple dates. So I and hopefully Robert will go and meet with TxDOT. I will say that my point is just going to be to request that, point out that there's a lot of citizen concern, all the issues that we all have talked about with regards to that, one of which is traffic, and ask that they require the full amount of traffic impact analysis. So we at least have objective data that we can look at. And then if the council would like to consider some sort of formal position or letter or something, I think that would be appropriate. I'm not necessarily prepared to do that. I just wanted to give an update and see what the council's preference was.
When's that meeting supposed to?
It's this, they offered 2 dates, the 6th and the 7th of November. And I said the 7th, that was what worked for me. I don't know about Robert because I haven't heard, but it'll be one of those dates. Again, that date gives TxDOT plenty of time to contemplate whatever we talk about in that meeting before they make their decision.
I was prepared tonight for us to make a position statement in
I think that's
opposition, but
appropriate if you
I
want.
mean, if you've got a seat at the table to.
I don't want to suggest we have a seat at the table. I've just been enough of a nag with everyone. And to be honest, I mean, Stan Gertis and Ben, his chief of staff, have helped. Robert has helped. We've triangulated with various elected officials to get the right people to call me, just so I knew what was going on, so I could pass it. And I posted a number of things on Nextdoor. Pardon me? Oh, well, there you go.
Everybody will be out anyway.
So-
Hasn't did the TCEQ air quality permit pass? Am I correct? That's what I have heard
Yeah.
from 2 different sources.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. It probably did. I mean, my sense was that they already had that pretty much met, that requirement. The one thing that we kept focusing on was what are the areas that might have objective data that we could look to. And it seemed to me that traffic counts, when they said there was going to be a minimum of 70 gravel trucks a day coming in and out of that one entrance at 153, that became a tangible data point. And so TxDOT becomes a logical place. And there's some links that I posted. I think the links may have been in the stuff that Jennifer posted online. You can go to the link and it has the TxDOT requirements. And you'll see in there that they say that they have the discretion to require a full traffic impact analysis. So that's what is going to be the one thing that I press for at the meeting is let's at least make them do a full traffic impact extending all the way to 153 and 71. So we know how much traffic will impact the entrance to the park, how much will be impacting that intersection at 153 and 71. And then to the extent possible, any estimations of what trucks might be going down 95 and basically go through Smithville as opposed to most will probably go east or west on 71. But a traffic impact analysis might show the projected traffic patterns.
I'd like to see us move forward with a policy statement of position and maybe include that they focus on the TxDOT traffic study. So that we have a formal position that we put forward representing the city. Do you have anything drafted, Tom? I mean, you only spend about 10 hours a week on this, so.
I think that, I mean, I do come up here with, recognizes the potential impacts to our community and town. Concerned about strongly advise or recommend that TxDOT, use their full discretion to require, data related to traffic in and around the area, something to that effect. I mean, we could circulate. I don't know what we can do, Robert. We could direct you to do something. How do we do that outside of a public meeting? Can we do that?
I think we also need to include the impact that the truck noise and everything will have on the park, the state park that's right there.
Could we? To draft a position paper, and then leave it.
I'd like to recommend, you've already done that and you're in pretty much in your addresses on next door and even in your.
Yeah, just
right
use
up
that
here.
letter.
Just use that if you want,
Okay.
have every council member
Good.
sign it.
Everybody else is.
Why reinvent the wheel?
Good with that? Okay, so then.
But you have. Make a motion.
You made a motion on the.
No, you do. It's possible action because it's discussion and possible action on TCQ air quality permit. So this is an action that we want to pursue.
So the action is a statement to be drawn up and then signed by the city council, and the mayor.
Yeah.
Okay, so do we need to put that into a motion? Okay,
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we move forward with a proclamation about the air quality and about the Texas aggregates, they've called it a mine, that we adopt Tom's statements from next door to be made into a proclamation that we'll present.
okay, need a second? All in favor? Okay, so we're gonna.
One
go
last
on,
We got a second approves debate. We're taking a formal position that we're opposed.
He's drawing up the proclamation.
I just want to make sure that that we're formally opposing.
Yes. Yes, okay, so. Okay.
It was characterized was that there was not a less compatible site to have been chosen for a variety of reasons. That's the essence of the letter that I drafted just on my own behalf. And it sounds like the motion is adopting that as the city's position, and we're going to
all that.
transfer that into a city position. Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, okay, sir, you understand? So all in favor? Did you get that? Okay. Where are we? 14? Don't
Yes,
leave
ma'am,
us
14.
now. Bye.
Johnny Carson is on.
Discussion and action on the ordinance amending chapter 3 building regulations, section 3.02.032B to charge a fee for demolition permits.
All right, Councilor Mayor, this was approved during the update to the budget where we published a new set of fees. However, the ordinance was not updated, and for whatever reason, Microsoft Word won't allow you to add red lines. So I sent each of you a copy of the red line version that says it's okay to charge a permit for demolition, and that's up on the board now.
Anybody got any questions about that? It messed it up. What?
It's just so hard to find good help.
Oh, let's read about, oh, Jill to the rescue.
Use the word version.
Oh. What? Okay, any questions?
Oh, thanks. So we're amending an ordinance, aren't we?
We're gonna amend the.
Madam
I'll
Mayor.
make a motion.
I make a motion that we go ahead and approve the ordinance of the city of Smithville, Texas, amending chapter 3, building regulations, section 3.02032, city of Smithville, code of ordinances to remove no fee for a demolition permit, repealing conflicting ordinances, providing a severability clause and providing an effective date.
Oh, I thought you were just like that off the top of your head. Okay, I
I'll
need a
second, I'll second that. Now, before we go any farther, how much discussion do we need from down there?
What is the fee, by the way, for the demolition? $50. Okay, thank you.
Got a motion and a second, all in favor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. Oh, did you raise your hand? Yes. Okay, we did 15. Now we're on 16. Discussion and action on awarding a contract for construction of Transportation Alternative Program CSJ number 0914-18118, Federal Aid Project number STP 2022-525 TAPS for sidewalks and ADA ramps.
Okay,
Take it away.
Councilor Mayor, we actually Bethco sent 55 plus a bunch of these requests for RFPs. We did receive 4 bids for the project, and the bids range from 314,492 to 659,205. The low bidder for the project was WJC Constructor Services LLC of Smithville. As they were the low bidder and qualified, it's recommended that the council award the contract to WJC Constructor Services LLC.
Any questions? All right, Mitch, give us a motion.
Mayor, thank you. I move that we approve awarding a contract for construction of Transportation Alternative Program CSJ number 0914-18-118, Federal Aid Project number STP 2022-525 TAPS for sidewalks and ADA ramps.
Timing.
Second.
WJC, you did.
I did not.
Oh, I thought you did.
And adding to that, that it is awarded to WJC
Constructor Services.
Constructor Services. Just
Now I
slow.
need a second.
For the amount,
300.
For the amount of $314,492.76.
Is that right? Yep.
They were the low
Second.
bid.
I'll second that motion.
Motion has been made second, all in favor. 1, 2. Motion is approved.
just following on to that comment, they should have a pre-construction meeting after they get all the bid binder books and contracts signed in 45 days, and then it's 120 to 180 days completion for the Main Street ADA ramps and First Street sidewalks. Thank you.
Number 17, discussion and action on an ordinance approving the budget amendment, amending the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget. Robert?
No, that's Cynthia. This is all Cynthia right here. She's been sitting there quiet all night. You got a microphone right there. Let's get on it.
Okay, so. All right.
I don't know. As you can see, that I have amended the general budget. I think most of the expenditures went down on several departments. A couple of the departments did go up. I did put the sheets in there that kind of told you why some of the expenditures were up on that. It's offset by increased revenue. So there's no real extra there. I am looking at hopefully on the general fund to still be about to the good. I had a couple of more invoices come in today, but hopefully I've accounted for most of that in those budget amendments. You also have the utility fund in there. Kind of where I thought we would be at the end of the year, unfortunately. A few more expenditures in that, but we get ding more on the general fund. The general fund is where we have to meet within the $1,000, not so much on the utility. So the general one is the one we're more concerned with. I don't know if y'all have any questions on what's being amended.
What do we do with the surplus that we end up with at the end of the year? Where does it go?
It's in the general fund to be used for.
So does it go into the reserve or does it just sit someplace and can be used?
I mean, it's basically revenue and expense. I mean, it goes, I don't know that you actually call it cash in the checking accounts, but yeah, it's just money that we saved throughout the year.
Yeah, it's not physical money that you can grab. It's cost avoidance money because you didn't spend more than the revenue. So these are expenses you didn't incur. There's really nothing to transfer over, correct?
But on a net basis, if I read this right,
Yes.
we ended up to the good,
Yeah,
250 or something like that,
Yeah,
even when
250
everything.
to the good.
Yeah,
And
so-
that last year, we were actually a little bit short in what our 3-month
Yeah, so when,
should have. So by adding this reserve to that should help us this year to not be below that 3-month reserve that we need to retain for that
so,
per the policy.
so unless, and you're not using, this doesn't take into account non-cash stuff like depreciation and everything. So anything we
Right.
come out with is really cash. It's someplace. I mean, you could
Yes.
argue it's in different
Yeah,
buckets,
in
but
the,
it's
in the
cash.
general side. Now,
Yeah.
on the utility side, there's some depreciation, some end of the year adjusting entries, different things that are still yet to be done. So that number could actually change and go to I guess,
You know, the reason I say that is whatever we end up with as a surplus at the end of the year is money that does it go to reduce the budget for the following year or does it go by policy into a reserve account?
it's just, yeah.
Could
it's
it be
just the
used to
res-
build playgrounds? I mean, what
I mean,
happens to it?
well, you've got, how do you?
Again, we did better than we committed our budget for by 253,000 and she's given you what happens.
So let's just say in my house that I make $100,000 in a year instead of 90 and I spend 80 instead of 90. So I've got 20,000 extra dollars in my bank account because I spent 10,000 less than I thought and I made 10,000 more than I thought. So what happens to that $20,000?
It's basically in the bank. It's the reserves that's sitting there. But then again, we're not supposed to spend that per policy.
For
We're
gas
supposed to
efficient.
retain
That-
that.
That's my, what can we do with it? What happens to it? Does it
I mean,
just
you're
sit
supposed
into
to
that
retain-
reserve fund?
It sits
Stays
in
in
that
reserve,
reserve
yeah.
fund so that we have those reserves there to meet that 3-month policy
So it
that
will-
we're supposed to
so
have.
by one or whatever that number is, it just gets,
Right.
So by policy, it's being used to
For us.
achieve the multiple 3X reserve.
Right. And last year we were a little bit shy of where we.
always make that. We're a
Yeah,
little
that
bit
we were
below it
shy.
sometimes.
So by this year having that extra, it will put us up.
That was the one thing that kept us from a AA rating.
Yeah.
And hope,
Really? That's what they said. Yeah.
because we didn't have our 3-month, we
Our
weren't
3-month
meeting our
reserve.
policy
I
and our
have-
goal
I have-
in that.
Yeah, I
it's-
have asked before about the significance of a
did.
reserve account. You know, what's our target and what's our policy? Because it's got to factor into not just basic risk management, but oh, he's bringing pizza.
Hey, Robert, I have a
Anyway,
question.
thank you.
Okay, so.
But it does help.
But
you know.
doesn't, so we need a motion.
Well, can I have a question?
Oh, I'm
So
sorry.
we, that entrance sign, I remember we approved that entrance sign for Riverbend Park and it hasn't been installed. Is it just sitting somewhere or what's going on with that? I'm sorry.
Well,
just wondering.
heck, I'm having problems with the vendor. We got a great deal. We got several bids from like 27,000 all the way to 64. They're just having problems in production. So the money's still allocated for that. And right now, the focus this week should be finishing the cemetery gate at Mount Pleasant Cemetery. That was part of the monies also that we used. But I've got no ETA on this guy, Edward. I mean,
Last I heard was he got locates in and,
Yeah.
they were getting everything.
I've had to disguise my voice and name just to get him to answer the phone. So it's a long story. So, but it's still, we still plan on doing that grant because that's a $25,000 LCRA grant that we have to match.
Well, this was just the installation fee that we hadn't spent, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
If you're listening, David Gilmore, give me a call.
I'm sure he's
Or
tuned
Viking
in here.
Fence.
I'm sure he's tuned in at 10 to 10 at city council.
Okay.
Okay, back. What else we got?
Do you entertain a motion?
Janice, are you ready?
Questions on
I
the
can tell by her face.
community engagement coordinator. I know that we're gone out for advertisement and there's been interviews and so forth. But on the final, there was a budget adjustment. Was that because Andy left early? Or was that
Was that
because of the
grant position,
facade
wasn't it?
grant, 8,072?
Well, yeah, because I had put that in the budget as an expense
Okay.
last year. His money didn't get spent as a grant, so I did an unearned revenue, and now that is pushed out into next year's
Okay.
budget. So I'll have to come back and I actually think I included that amount in this new year's budget
Okay.
for it. So the revenue that was left from the grant or I guess revenue.
Yeah.
Or the money that we didn't spend is getting pushed to next year. I think there's about 5,000 left on his grant
Okay.
that will be spent. And then plus we also allocated for, one for the city to be paid through the city and no longer via the grant.
It'll be a city position.
It'd be a city position with city
City budget.
expenditures.
Okay. Oh, give me a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve an ordinance approving the budget amendments for the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget as presented.
Second.
A motion has been made and second, all in favor. Two. Motion is approved. Number 18, discussion and action on a joint use pole agreement with RTA Broadband.
Okay, Mayor and Council, RTA Broadband used to be SCT Broadband. I say RTA America, excuse me.
SCT, right?
Used to be SCT Broadband, right? This is to renew a joint use pole attachment agreement. Where they left off in 2023 was $12.50. So we're asking them to do an incremental increase starting at $14, ending in the 5-year contract at 18 with a renewal in 2029. The other two entities that have attachments to our poles are Time Warner Cable or Spectrum and AT&T. We're in negotiations now. In fact, I have a meeting tomorrow. Yes, thank you, with AT&T to renew their contract, and they've always put 10 years and they recommended 15. I said, nope, we're going to go to 18 because that's what the market demands. Right now, the average rate from the FCC studies is $15 to $18.50. We're right in the sweet spot. Bastrop charges $15.63, and I think LaGrange $15. So we're in the right place with respect to the RTA agreement. They did come back and provide additional insurance from 500,000 to $1 million GL with a $2 million aggregate. Just to give you an idea how many poles we do have, it's 516 poles with our RTA, with plans from RTA to expand the fiber network throughout our town. Miss Polly Gifford couldn't make it, or she was here, she got tired and left. Hey, Polly. So, yeah. She wasn't.
Oh, so anyway.
But
does everybody
would
understand
like
what
for you to consider this agreement. Expect $7,000 to $10,000 revenue incrementally per year.
I get in motion?
I make a motion that we approve the encroachment and pole attachment agreement with RTA.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Approved. And we're down to number 19.
All right, Councilman Mayor, this, oh, go ahead. You say it.
Nobody else went. You were fine. Yeah, discussion and action on communication water tower lease agreement with RTA. Take it away.
Okay, so RTA also utilizes our Petosphere water towers, golf balls. They put equipment on them so they can reach whom they need to reach. There's 3 towers that they utilize, and recommending a $1,500 fee per tower per year. The one on Northwest Fifth Street doesn't service that many people. They're thinking about removing it, but until that happens, we're going to charge them $300 for a total contractual obligation of $3,300 per year payable to the city of Smithville. Same liability rates apply here. $1 million per occurrence, $2 million in aggregate. And they have named the city of Smithville as a certificate holder.
Okay. Any questions?
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that we go ahead and approve the RTA America Inc. water tower lease agreement. Whereas the owner, we own the water towers located at 452 Northwest Fifth, 106 Royston, and 800 East Highway 71 in Smithville. And that we're going to collect rent at $1,500 for the 800 East Highway 71, $1,500 for 106 Royston, and $300 for 452 Northwest Fifth Street.
Second.
I'll second that motion.
Motion's been made and second. All in favor? Approved. Approval of the financials. Come on, Cynthia, put your mic back on.
Come on.
Before the financials go, I want to make note that the contract will be modified to reflect the $1 million amounts for the insurance. That wasn't on in your packet, so that's coming. I'll make sure that happens. Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry. Okay, you have in your packet the September financial report. The numbers are what they were per the invoices and revenues as I had about a week ago. Since then, there's been several more invoices. So these numbers that you do see here are going to be subject to change, pretty much based on hopefully what I did in the budget amendments. Like I said, these are here. So we pretty much, revenues did exceed our projected expenditures for the year as a whole, with some increased expenditures. Like I said, these are preliminary numbers. There's going to be depreciation, auditors adjusting entries and a few things. And like I said, I had 2 invoices come in today for September stuff yet. So there are a few things still coming in, but hopefully that's pretty much done. That was your. That was Jack. Jack's not here, so we can blame him, but no, like I said, I don't know if y'all have any questions. Again, I kind of took the budget amendments and kind of based that, and projected out what I hoped was still outstanding. Like I said, I do know there's some auditor entries that will come in that will change, probably some of this, especially on the utility side. There's some stuff that's coming in yet. So I don't know if y'all have questions.
I move we accept the financials as presented.
I'll second.
Motion been made second. All in favor? Approved. Okay, the city council will hold an executive meeting pursuant to Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Government Code, Vernon, Texas Code, annotated in accordance with the authority contained in Section 551-074 to discuss personnel. We'll be back.
Anyone to speak? Number 1, number 2, you've got, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I didn't mean to take your meeting. Go ahead.
No, Mayor, I'm sorry. No one signed up to speak. I wanted to take the opportunity because the questions have been asked in terms of what is the process and what are the measurements that are going to be used to evaluate the city manager. So with permission from legal, we're able to show you the blank scorecard. These are the performance categories, and up top, there is an explanation of the rating system from 1 to 5 or 5 to 4. And so that's what we're going to walk into session tonight and discuss exactly how this process has gotten to where it is and how we want to use it tonight, see it used going forward. And that was the explanation I wanted to give. Because people have asked, what measurement do you use for the city manager? There they are.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can we go now?
I'll be in the front room.
See, I told you it was Jack.
It wasn't, I mean, most of his is on the utility side, so it's not that. I had it kind of for extra emphasis. Big budget amendments. And that kind of stuff. Because we get deemed on the general side, not so much the utility side, they'll look at it.
Hold
And
on,
he
I'm
come in
sure-
and I was like, he had two of them, and I was looking at him, I was thinking, oh, these are for October, and I looked at it and I said, no, one's mostly September. So I was like, but I mean, they weren't that much, I mean, and
Still,
when you're taking
knows
his percent, well, and I didn't
Jimmy,
even
is
think about
Fire.
back there, him coming in and bringing invoices.
Oh, are you
Luckily, I had two extra in there because when you do budget meetings, I always put it in the admin fund, just to have a little bit of a cushion. So
Yeah.
part of it might be set.
Oh, that's hers. So
This is, do I need to write some for which raise?
Of which one? In either, for which one? Number 2.
We're gonna go back into the open meeting and we have discussion and action at the result of the executive meeting. Council? You wanna- Yep, you do it.
All right, thanks, Mayor. We met in executive session to evaluate city manager. So the council was met or exceeded expectations. The consensus of the council that the base pay would be adjusted upwards 8%. The council agreed that they would convene in November and with the city manager and establish goals for 2024.
I need a second.
Second that motion.
All in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, approved. Well, yes, it has to be a motion for, yes, approved and adjourned.